Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us for the Rocky Mountain MS Center Spring Education Summit. My name is Carrie Chahovic, and I'm the Senior Director of Programs at the MS Center. We're so grateful that you've chosen to spend your Saturday morning with us. Most importantly, we hope that everyone is staying safe and healthy, and of course, following the important guidelines of your local health departments, wherever you may be joining us from today. We are continually inspired by all of you, individuals and families living with MS, care support partners, and healthcare providers. You will always be at the heart of everything we do, and we are very grateful for your participation and involvement in today's summit. As we prepared to bring you our third entirely online education summit, we took a little time to reflect on and appreciate some of the benefits that a virtual event allows. You can attend in your PJs from the comfort of your own home, and you're able to make breakfast exactly as you like. Hopefully you saw our email with some fun breakfast ideas to try out. From our side of things, we didn't have to worry about the often unpredictable Colorado weather and what it would be like today, and we were able to record all of the presentations for a seamless production. One of the greatest parts of having a virtual event is seeing registrations come in from all over the world. Since we started doing live stream summits, we've had people register from nearly every state in the US and 9 different countries. What an exciting reach. We know that many of you still miss the in-person experience of these education summits, and we look forward to the day that we can bring those back. We'll continue to offer a virtual option for anyone who would rather watch from home. Today, you'll hear about a wide range of topics, including a COVID-19 MS and vaccines update, aging and MS, sleep, brain health, research updates, and home modifications. So much great information ahead. I'd like to thank the exhibitors at today's event and invite you to visit them in our virtual exhibit hall: Biogen, Novartis, and Sanofi Genzyme. You can find links to the virtual exhibit hall in any of the emails you've received from us, and we'll provide them in the live chat area as well as the YouTube description if you're watching this after the live broadcast. We've also received patient education grants and sponsorships for our program from Biogen, Bristol Myers Squibb, EMD Serono, and Genentech. We're able to continue to bring the Ed Summit at no cost thanks to the generous support of these companies, as well as by donations from individual donors. I invite you to please help support our ongoing work. If you are able to make a gift of any size at this time, please visit mscenter.org/donate. Thank you for helping make this event possible and for joining us today. Now I'd like to introduce you to our MC for the morning, Kelsey Lance. Kelsey is our education manager at the Rocky Mountain MS Center. She coordinates the logistics and details for the in-person and online education programming that we provide. She is also a co-presenter for our MS 101 classes. Kelsey.
Thank you, Carrie. We hope that today's Education Summit will bring you new information, answer key questions for you, and help you have productive and meaningful conversations with your care providers. Please take the time to fill out our online evaluation of the program. We read through all of the responses and use them to improve future events. If you include your contact information in your evaluation, you will be entered to win one of 2 $25 Visa gift cards as a thank you for your feedback. If you pre-registered for the summit, you should have received a link to the PowerPoint slides in case you wanted to print them to take notes on, as well as the agenda with the timing of all presentations today. We'll add the links to the live chat on YouTube as well. There are 2 breaks in the schedule today. If you need additional time, you can always press pause on YouTube and the presentations will pick up where you left off when you press play again. We will also be archiving all of the presentations and PowerPoints on mscenter.org for you to replay at any time in the future. Our first presentation features Dr. Enrique Alvarez. Dr. Alvarez is the Clinic Director at the Rocky Mountain MS Center at CU and Assistant Professor of Neuroimmunology and Medical Director of Ambulatory Neurology at University of Colorado. Dr. Alvarez is presenting an update on COVID-19, vaccines, and MS. If you would like to see all of the information on COVID-19 that the MS Center has compiled, including previous updates from Dr. Alvarez and Dr. Corboy, please visit mscenter.org/COVID. Dr. Alvarez has a lot of information on his slides, so I just wanted to remind you that you can download the slides on mscenter.org to look more closely at them, and that this presentation will be archived so you can replay it at any time if you miss anything. The following presentation was recorded on April 5th with information known at that time.
Hello, my name is Enrique Alvarez, and I'm one of the neurologists at the University of Colorado and part of the Rocky Mountain MS Center. Thank you very much for listening in today. Very excited about having another educational day. Today, I'm going to be talking a little bit about COVID, and especially as it affects our MS patients. All right, just as a reminder, this is being recorded on April 5th, so a few days before the presentation, so hopefully not much is changing during this time. We'll talk a little bit about the numbers. We'll talk about some of the risk factors. Some of these sections may be a little bit similar to sections that were presented in the past. And then I'll provide some update on vaccinations as they're available now. So just to go over the numbers in the United States, if we look at the data from the New York Times, we can see that there's a small increase in number of cases over the last week. This is a fairly small bump so far, but we have to remember that a lot of times some of these bumps are more regional than across the United States. So we can see that Michigan has very high numbers currently. And even if we try and concentrate on certain states, in certain areas, we can see much higher numbers. For example, if we look in Colorado, we can see that around Grand Junction and Durango, that the numbers are much higher than other parts of the state. And we're starting to kind of see about other small pockets of cases throughout the United States. As we look at globally, this newest bump, or sometimes what they're starting to call now the fourth wave, is much more pronounced. There's cases globally going up by about 22% over the past week. And these are being hit very hard in certain countries, such as France. France is having a huge issue right now with their ICUs being almost completely full. Versus in the United States and Canada, again, we can see that the numbers aren't too bad. Brazil also being pretty high up on the list. And so one of the things that we're starting to see is that, and had been predicting throughout this period of time, was that some of these variant strains were going to take some time to take over, and that what we're starting to see is that those variants are starting to kind of take over and kind of spread much more quickly. It's a little bit of a chase to try and see about vaccination rates, and I think that that's one of those things that has helped us in the United States. So these are kind of the latest numbers. We have to kind of keep track as well in deaths in the United States. Well, in pretty much anywhere in the world, we can see that the number of deaths tend to lag number of infections by 2 to 3 weeks. That the number of deaths in the United States is going down slightly because the number of cases had been going down until recently. That fourth wave in the world had been going up, so the number of deaths is going up in the world. But when we look at number of deaths, we have to look also into how good are we keeping track of deaths. And this is a little bit of an older article, but kind of worth pointing out again that the number of deaths is higher than even what's reported, especially early in the pandemic where testing wasn't very good. And people were not necessarily going to the hospitals for things like heart attacks and strokes, and were dying of other things at home. And so this number of excess deaths and trying to understand that becomes important. The good news that we're coming up in Colorado, for example, is that when we start to look at projections, and IHME, for example, is one of the groups that's doing a lot of these projections, we can see that the number of cases maybe is kind of predicted to kind of go up a little bit over the next few weeks, but really kind of continue on this downward trend. And this does take into account all the variants, for example. We're not expected to have any issues with number of ICU beds or hospital beds really at this point. And so things are starting to kind of look pretty good in our state. And again, in our state across in the United States, looking overall really pretty well. So our numbers are looking okay. I think there's still a little bit of concern about variants and how well our vaccines might work against them. And we'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later. But because these strains have been associated with more rapid spread of the virus, there's a concern that these numbers could continue to increase. But if things kind of continue as they are, again, everything's looking pretty good. So let's look at some of the risk for MS patients and the idea of trying to identify are MS patients at higher risk and which patients are at higher risks. This should really kind of prioritize who should be vaccinated. And the good news is that as of the last week, now throughout Colorado, everybody's eligible to get vaccinated, which is great news. So as we start to kind of look at some of these have been updated just as far as numbers, but the general concepts are similar to prior presentations in the sense that we can see that as we look at by number of cases by age, we could see that the newer waves tend to be a little bit affecting more the younger populations, increasingly so. When we look at mortality, though, we can see that this has really been affecting primarily those who are 70 years old and older, and really those that are much more than 50 and 60s as far as mortality goes again. What are some of the other risk factors beyond age? There's a little bit of an effect by age as well when we can look at some of the similar plots. But the big other one that comes up are comorbidities. And we can see from two different studies that heart disease, things that affect the heart in many different ways are an issue. And this probably has to be a direct effect that the receptor for the virus is really found in the heart to some extent. And we can see that patients with heart disease have a higher risk than people with other comorbidities even. Diabetes, chronic pulmonary diseases. There was a lot of mention around asthma, but it appears to be much more a concern for patients with COPD than those with asthma. High blood pressure, a little bit less so. Cancer patients, less. And we can see that patients that have no comorbidities really have a much lower risk. When you start to combine several of these, really hardly anybody who died, had bad outcomes from COVID, had any of the comorbidities. So this is great news. But if you start to have more comorbidities, the push really should be on getting you vaccinated, keeping you away from other people, and having to be much more careful, generally speaking, about COVID. As we start to look specifically more at MS patients, we can see that there is a lot of factors that maybe affect bad outcomes of severe coronavirus, and this usually is defined as hospitalization or worse. And we could see that as we look at age, being male, having comorbidities, again, mostly cardiac, but also pulmonary, diabetes, not much of an effect with smoking. Obesity has a small effect. Being more progressive, having higher disability. These go hand in hand a lot of times. And so in some models, for some papers, you'll see that higher disability is an issue. For some of them, it's that they're progressive versus not progressive, that it's important. We can also see from this study, for example, this was a larger French study that was one of the first studies to be published, that the disease-modifying therapies, that the treatments for MS seem to be somewhat protective, especially compared to patients not on treatment. And again, most of the patients not on treatment tended to be older patients with more disability. And you could see that some of these drugs maybe might be more protective than others, for example. This is a little bit controversial even still to this day. We could see that from other studies that when you started looking at different factors and started to kind of come up with multivariate type of analysis where you include everything as opposed to looking at each one individual aspect of it. In the prior study, we saw that disease modifying therapies kind of washed out. They didn't have much of an effect. This is a large Italian group, kind of another big study that got developed afterwards, where we could see that most of these drugs did not have an effect, but we did see an increase with B-cell directed therapies, primarily rituximab and ocrelizumab, of about 2.5-fold increase. We could also see effects for age, being male, and again, in this case, not so much disability, but being progressive as part of the factors associated with worse outcomes. Also, if you'd had steroids a month before, and this contrasts out because steroid use is actually being used to treat MS, but if you had steroids a month before COVID, it was associated with a 6-fold worse outcomes. There's been a big international effort to combine all of these data sets, and this was presented at ECTRIMS last fall. And here we could see some of these other factors now in a much larger group. This included 1,500 patients. Again, the effect of disability being higher, progressive being higher, although statistically maybe not so much, older age, males, or in this case, females being protective. So when we look at these things individually, kind of following the same patterns that we had seen before. When we look at B-cell therapies, we could see that there's a 1.5-fold increased risk of needing to be hospitalized, a 2.5-fold increased risk of needing ICU stay, and about a 3-fold higher increased risk of requiring a ventilator. However, when we looked at deaths, we didn't see much of an effect. And there's a lot of discussion about whether these medicines are helpful or hurtful. And part of that might have to do with understanding the disease. That is probably different types of different stages of the disease. Early on, when the virus is being very active, you want to have a good immune response. As the disease starts to clear out, there's a stage of the disease where having too much of the immune response is probably not a good thing. And we see that some of these therapies might be helpful at this part of the stage in being able to control that inflammation. So depending on where you're at, and this is helpful, for example, maybe understanding that steroid response. You don't want to have steroids while the virus is maybe being active, but maybe at the end when the immune system is too strong, where steroids might be helpful. Completely different type of data set showing very similar results. In this case, ocrelizumab having a 4-fold increased risk of bad outcomes with COVID, and not much of a difference with the other types of disease modifying therapies. This shouldn't be too unusual. We can see that with rituximab here in a Swedish group that patients on rituximab compared to other disease modifying therapies or not on treatment had a higher risk of serious infections. So again, this makes sense knowing what we know about how these medicines work and what they do. When we specifically looked at the use of rituximab, not necessarily for COVID, but for just bad outcomes, and we did this in conjunction with Ilya Keister's group, we could see that there is several factors that really kind of drive this increased risk of infection risk in patients. And primarily the big one is just level of disability. Requiring a wheelchair is being associated with an 8.5-fold increased risk of bad outcomes. A little bit of an increased risk, again, for being male, prior history of immunosuppression, how long you'd been on rituximab, and these kinds of things. But these numbers are much smaller compared to the level shown by disability. We often look at levels of antibodies to look at response of drugs. We worry with B-cell depleting therapies about patients not having enough antibodies. This is a report of 2 patients who had absolutely no antibody levels because they don't make B cells that become plasma cells to make those antibodies. And the good news was that these 2 patients were able to recover from COVID-19, suggesting that there's other parts of the immune system that become very important, and that this is likely involving T cells and other parts of the immune system. So again, the immune system is a little bit kind of like a military. There's Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, and having sort of good strength in one branch of the military can overcome deficits in other parts, and this is important as well for our immune system. So one of the ways to overcome any type of infection is to think about vaccinations. And I think this is being highlighted a lot recently, and we're very excited that pretty much all our MS patients can finally get immunized. We were a little bit scared with one of the phases schedules that kind of came out from the state of Colorado, where MS patients were part of the general population. They did get prioritized, and we're starting to see that a lot of our patients have been vaccinated. So when we talk about vaccines, it's important to talk about the vaccines that have been around for a while. We talk about them as dead vaccines, and usually these were the inactivated. Think about the annual flu vaccines, probably the most common one. These subunit or toxoid vaccines, and probably the most common is the pneumococcal one here. The live attenuated, which we don't really tend to use much anymore. Measles, mumps, and rubella is probably the big one. These are the ones that we tended to be more concerned about because these were the ones that could multiply if your immune system was weakened. And so we tried to avoid these in our MS patients. Here it says the varicella zoster. This is no longer really used. This is the Zostavax vaccine. And the one that's being used now is in the safer group. The Shingrix vaccine is the way we prefer to kind of vaccinate for most of our patients. The new groups are the vector or the RNA DNA vaccines. These are generally considered safe because these cannot replicate. Now, it's important to understand the difference. For example, the vector vaccines, there's some that can be replicating and some not. The replicating vector vaccine that is out and about is the Ebola vaccine. But otherwise, we're starting to kind of really look at sort of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine listed here as really the first sort of viral vector vaccine to come out. Within the DNA and RNA vaccines in the United States, we have the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines, and we also have this virus-like particles with the human papillomavirus vaccine being kind of the one vaccine in that group. These can be manufactured and developed much more quickly, which was one of the advantages and why we're starting to see these vaccines being available sooner than some of the other vaccine types that have been used for much longer. But here we can see that the RNA vaccines is often sort of encased in a lipid coat to help protect the RNA. RNA is very easy to break down, and you need something to kind of help stabilize it. And so it's important to kind of protect it with some of these lipids or fats associated with it. And that's part of the reason why they have to be frozen for long periods for storage purposes. So as we look at vaccines, and the big concern a lot of times has been with patients on B-cell therapies. This was a big study done with ocrelizumab in MS patients. And here we can see that depending on a couple different vaccines, I just picked a couple as examples, that patients on ocrelizumab, and the name of the study is the Veloci study, did not respond maybe quite as well, but we could see that there's still fairly decent response to a lot of these. So depending on which strain, if you were on drug versus not on drug, you could see that probably a good 50% response compared to the control for most of the serotypes, different types of strep pneumoniae. When we start to look at the different flu type vaccines, we can see that you can go from here to here, for example, if you're on drug, and so again, what we can see is that most of the patients, or oftentimes a lot of 50% of the patients after vaccination had antibodies. So on drug versus no drug, 71.4% of patients could develop antibodies, 66.7 probably the lowest here was 55.6. So these were really reassuring numbers. I'm going to show data that really nobody's probably seen. This was data that we just got last week and just submitted for publication. So we've not even presented this anywhere. This is looking at MS patients responding to the COVID vaccine, looking at antibody responses. What we can see is that when we look at the spike protein antibodies, that after the first vaccine versus the second vaccine, I'm going to concentrate here much more. So we could see that about 10 patients, kind of a pretty good mix between rituximab and ocrelizumab. We did have one ofatumumab patient, had low levels of antibodies with only 2 kind of considered to be seropositive. Versus when we looked at controls that were not on B-cell therapies, the lowest control still had higher levels of antibodies than any one of the patients on the B-cell therapies. And you can see much higher levels of titers. So pretty good separation here. And this is a little bit more concerning as far as some of these MS patients and sort of recommendations. So we definitely recommend getting vaccinated if you're on B-cell therapies. Some of the patients did develop protective antibodies. I think what's also clear is that we're not measuring the full immune response, and that it's important to kind of be able to look at some of those things. And those are the things we're starting to kind of gear up to look at. But it's, again, important to be able to look at this. We did have a patient who had COVID and then was vaccinated, and their antibody levels actually came up to about the mid-3s. So this idea of using the vaccine to boost up patients who've already had COVID is, I think, an important idea. We will see that that patients who have COVID, get sick from COVID, their antibody levels actually stay not fairly low. They don't go up much, even if they get fairly sick. And so it seems like, the vaccine just provides better numbers overall. And especially if you've had COVID again, it works as a booster. So there's strategies like that that we can use to look at trying to improve the immune response. This is not uncommon. We can see that even for the flu vaccine, that if you're older, for example, that the responses aren't as good. So 42% of those over age 60 develop good protection against the flu versus 70 to 90% in children and adults. Being older also compromises the B-cell, the antibody response to pneumococcal vaccine, to the hepatitis B vaccine. And when you're older, that the antibodies don't last as long. And so we have to look at different ways to vaccinate, booster. There's some strategies. We can use higher doses. So the flu vaccine for individuals that are older is 4 times stronger. They can use adjuvants. Adjuvants is the stuff in vaccines that kind of helps kickstart the immune system. And so if we use a stronger adjuvant, that can help build up a better immune response. And that's often done as well, for example, with the herpes zoster vaccine. And part of the reason why the new vaccine is the dead vaccine is because it has a stronger adjuvant associated with it. We can see the strategy of using more vaccine doses as helpful. We could see here the response after vaccination in patients on rituximab. This was actually a study done on type 1 diabetics to a new virus, just a virus that doesn't usually affect us too much. And we can see that after 2 doses, we don't see much of a difference in I should say that after 2 doses of vaccine, that there's a huge difference in antibody responses. But as you start to give a 3rd and a 4th dose of the vaccine, that the levels of antibodies start to kind of match up pretty well. So I think these are strategies that we can learn from and use in our MS patients. And once we have vaccine available, we're going to be trying to do some of this testing. This is also common to be done in hepatitis B, and I'm happy to report that I'm one of these people that responded to having to do double shots of hepatitis B. just randomly. I did form antibodies after 2 courses of a standard dose, but after doing 1 course of these double doses, I was able to respond. This was looking at alcoholics, but again, this idea of the high dose versus the normal dose, you can see much better um, response to this vaccine. So there's a lot of vaccines in development. This is getting now to be a bit of an older slide, but as we look at the vaccines that are available, there's 2 RNA vaccines, the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine, very similar as far as vaccination rates. We can see the vaccine that's not available in the United States. In this case, this is the Oxford vaccine, the J&J vaccine, which recently became available in the United States. Both of these are in the 70%. There's a lot of controversy around the AstraZeneca/Oxford vaccine, and in some countries have stopped using it, or they're using it in specific populations. I get a lot of questions around which vaccine should I get, which one has better experience in the United States. If given the option, a lot of times I do recommend the RNA one. I think the numbers are a little bit stronger. I like the idea of having that booster as far as kick-starting the immune system. But honestly, some vaccination is better than none. And so if the one you can get is the J&J vaccine, my recommendation is just to get that. The other question I get is around safety of the vaccines and whether the vaccines were actually tested well or not. And I think one of the important concepts here is to recognize why vaccines got done, the trials got done faster. And you can see here the idea that the vaccines are also staged in different phases. And when we look at this, that a lot of times you have to finish one phase before going on to the other phase, and it takes some time to kind of develop the next phase. And so in the usual fashion, it may take a long time, 10 plus years to develop these vaccines. And simply what happened was not so much that the studies weren't done, it was just that a lot of time and effort was put into developing these vaccines. And that they were overlapped, so that you would start one phase before doing the other. But all stages were completed. There was a lot of efforts. It would bring in a lot of sites, for example, to recruit patients into these studies, and so that the studies could be done faster because you could get more patients into them because patients were willing to be part of the study, for example. And so with this, we could see that there was a plan to get the vaccine approved by February of 2021. And actually we got them before that in December. And so we've been using them for some time now, to the point that now we're looking at over 30% of the population in Colorado. These come from the Colorado Department of Public Health website. We're currently in phase 2, which is pretty much everybody can now be available to be vaccinated over the age of 16. I should mention the pediatric studies are still coming online. Sometimes with these sites, I'm not sure that I understand fully the numbers, but there's apparently been more doses administered than they've been distributed. So we'll ignore this number here for a little bit. But we can see that 1.8 million people have been immunized and over 1 million have been fully immunized. We have a population of about 5.8 million in Colorado. So at least 30% have received 1 dose and over 17% are fully immunized. We could see other websites. So according to the New York Times website, we could see that the number of fully vaccinated Coloradans is actually probably closer to 19%, and over 30% have received the initial dose. If we add these numbers on top of those patients who had COVID and maybe developed antibodies to that, we're starting to kind of look at patients, or starting to look at sort of about 40 to 50% of the population having some protection against the virus. This is an important number, but it's a little bit short of the 70 to 80% of the population that we would like to get before trying to get to herd immunity. We can see that the number of doses is just steadily increasing, and so this is very reassuring. And we can see that in Colorado, we are administering most of the doses, and we've actually been very efficient in giving out the vaccines that we've been given by the state. So what's the process for getting vaccinated at UC Health? We can see that you need to sign up for a My Health account. There's invitations. If you've not gotten an invite, especially at this point, and you're one of our MS patients, please reach out to the hospital, look out for the COVID numbers. to be able to reach out to them and ask kind of what was going on or try to get on the list. Schedule both vaccinations. This is important. I think it's very helpful. I've heard of sites where you register for one vaccine and then there's no slots available to get the second dose. And so if you can schedule both of them, then you know you're set up and that you'll have vaccine available for you. If you get asked about payment, please refuse. These vaccines should be free. Please wear clothes. That makes it easy to get vaccinated. It is a shot. For most vaccines, it hurts a little bit at the arm. There was a lot of talk about sort of quick reactions and anaphylactic reactions. These have, for the most part, not really panned out. We've not seen them to the point that a lot of this monitoring has actually gone away. If you want to hang out, the opportunity is there to kind of hang out and be monitored, but it's become less of a requirement now. And then you show up for the second appointment and you repeat it. After the second dose, it's not too uncommon to have flu-like type symptoms. So this is important to kind of remember to have some Tylenol or ibuprofen, it's especially for younger people with strong immune systems, it's not uncommon to have some flu-like symptoms, feverish, that kind of stuff. Responds really well to those medicines. And so I think it's important to kind of recognize that that tends to be short-term. Having COVID is not so short-term for most people. And so it's important to kind of get vaccinated. I think there's still a lot of unanswered questions. These are some of the questions I get periodically in clinic. What's the response of vaccination MS patients on immunosuppression? Well, there was no patients who were immunosuppressed. The data that I presented is the only data that I'm aware of that's out there. And again, for us, it's not out there. We just literally submitted it as a paper, as a manuscript this past week. We don't expect any interactions with MS drugs. How's the timing? So our general rule of thumb is to try and spread out about 4 weeks the vaccine to your infusions, especially with B-cell therapies. For pretty much any other drug, just continue with your normal schedule. We're sending a lot of mixed messages around infusions, and we get questions about the Sabri patients and trying to time it with them. For those patients, please do not separate it, do not delay your treatments. And about 4 weeks, if you have to delay your infusion, that's maybe a little bit better than delaying your vaccine if that's an option. If you've had COVID already, should I get vaccinated? The answer, I think, is yes. We're not seeing great responses to patients who have kind of natural COVID immunity, especially on B-cell depleting therapies. And so our thought is to try and get you vaccinated. It does look like it's helping to be a little bit of a booster. How long will the vaccines last? This for sure, we don't know. We're collecting some of this data as well, but we're just not far out enough to kind of have good information about this. Which vaccine should I get? Any of them. Again, if you have the choice, maybe one of the mRNAs from Pfizer or Moderna, but I'm not sure that it matters too much. And the important point is just to get them. For people that maybe are a little bit more hesitant about them, the J&J vaccine is nice because it's a single shot. As far as vaccination and pregnancy and breastfeeding, not been looked at, but it's recommended that pregnant women receive the vaccination. So that's been the recommendation. We've had several patients with MS who are pregnant get tested and done really well. And if you're breastfeeding, you could pump and dump maybe that day. But I think the idea is just get vaccinated, and appears to be safe with all the patients that we've seen go through this already. Briefly, just to talk about treatments for COVID. So again, most patients tend to do really well on their own. Convalescent plasma, so antibodies from patients who have recovered from COVID was kind of some of the first line. Some of these antibodies now are starting to be made kind of artificially. And so these monoclonal antibodies to COVID are now being approved and used in some of our patients. Steroids, we talked a little bit about, that it's probably not good to be on steroids while you're getting infected, but if you're sick in the hospital, getting steroids can improve outcomes and getting you particularly off the ventilator. Remdesivir is being used, and a lot of our patients have received remdesivir and done well with it. There's a lot of other data that we just don't have much data for. Hydroxychloroquine, chloroquine, ivermectin, vitamin C, D. Leeches maybe goes back a little bit of time, but wouldn't be surprised if maybe they make a comeback for this as well. So with this, I think it's important to kind of recognize in conclusion that COVID-19 cases are maybe increasing, that we're maybe kind of at the beginning of a fourth wave, less so in the United States, unless you're in select pockets. Michigan, particularly this week, seems to be kind of a big hotspot. Colorado seems to be kind of fairly stable. With that in mind, vaccinate, social separation, wear your mask, wash your hands, all these things that we've been doing so far are important. But it's important to kind of recognize that from a mental health perspective, that it's important just to get out and about, interact with people, just be safe about it, continue to exercise, continue to eat right, and just be well. For patients on B-cell therapies, timing of the vaccine to the infusions is complicated. We're recommending at least 4 weeks before or after. You'll see guidelines that vary widely. I'm not sure that there's a right answer to this, but I think it's important to recognize that the immune response maybe isn't great. And so just because you get vaccinated doesn't mean that you're protected. It does mean that you probably have some partial protection. And again, we've not seen any deaths on any patient who's been vaccinated. And so having an idea that, still wear your mask, still be careful, but go ahead and start getting together in groups and things like this and return back to normal. And so with this, I appreciate your time again. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. COVID-19 is a complex topic that changes as we learn new information about it. To keep up to date about all of the latest news on the intersection of COVID-19 and MS, please make sure you're on our mailing list and check out archived information at mscenter.org/COVID. Next, please join me in welcoming Dr. Robert Gross. Dr. Gross is an assistant professor in the Department of Neurology at the University of Colorado School of Medicine. He divides his time between patient care at the Rocky Mountain MS Center, teaching, and clinical research at the University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus. Dr. Gross will be discussing the topic of aging and MS.
Hello, welcome to the Spring Ed Summit. My name is Rob Gross, and our topic for today is aging in MS, which is a very important topic to me. I think is frankly not one that we talk about enough. And I'll begin with a clinical case. This is a gentleman that I saw recently in the clinic, 62-year-old man who was diagnosed with MS in the early 90s and took a disease-modifying therapy, beta interferon, for a few years, but mostly has been off disease-modifying therapies and has experienced a gradual loss in function in his legs over the past few years to the point that he's really hasn't been walking for greater than 10 years and has been in a wheelchair. Also, more recently, has noted some gradual loss of function in his hands to the point that he does need some help getting dressed and cutting food. But he can mostly transfer by himself to the toilet and can shower alone with grab bars. He wasn't having any trouble swallowing, no urinary or bowel symptoms. He denied any kind of cognitive problems or recent infections. And his main question to me was, what was his MS going to look like in the coming years? So this is from a survey from the MS in Focus publication from a couple of years ago, where they surveyed a number of older individuals with MS and asked them kind of what their big concerns were with aging in MS. And as you can see, there were a variety of different concerns mentioned, including, economic issues. One of the big ones was a question of independence or loss of independence, as well as whether they were going to be able to stay in their homes, and whether they were going to develop memory issues or have falls. And so it kind of ran the gamut. This is hopefully a slide that many of you have seen in the past that kind of summarizes the changes that we see with multiple sclerosis over time. We know that here in the preclinical phase, meaning before people come to medical attention or even before they become symptomatic. There might be changes in terms of MRI activity, meaning inflammatory lesions in the nervous system, as well as potentially the beginnings of loss of brain volume. And then for most people, their life with MS begins with a relapse, and they develop relapsing remitting disease. And as a reminder, this is kind of the natural flow, the natural history of the disease, meaning what would happen if we did nothing, like treat with immunotherapies. So we know that over time, people can accrue disability. Initially in the relapsing phase, it's in the form of these type of episodes like that we call relapses or exacerbations, and those correspond to new or active lesions on MRIs. And then after a certain point, usually 10 or 15 years or more after the onset of the illness, some people will transition to what's called the secondary progressive phase, in which relapses become fewer, MRI activity becomes rarer, but there can still be this gradual accumulation of disability and the ever-present loss of brain volume. And less is known about the kind of, we know that it is, it's a neurodegenerative process, but less is known about kind of what drives it. Clearly, the loss of brain volume is playing a role. And after a certain point, that loss, brain and spinal cord volume, contributes to a loss of functional reserve, which leads people to just kind of have this gradual accumulation of disability. Just in terms of relapse rates, though, we know this from a variety of different studies. This is a big one that was done in Canada a few years ago, where they just looked at average relapse rates, both from disease onset and on the top here, and by the patient's current age. And of course, those two things are related. How long it's been since your onset and what your age is. In general, MS does get diagnosed in the first few decades of life, although we are seeing people get diagnosed later on in their 40s, 50s, 60s. And so, we'll often get the question of, well, what does it mean for me if I've been diagnosed later on? Well, that could mean one of two things. One, it could mean you've had MS for a long time and it just never became apparent, in which case you are probably more on this side of the graph. Even though you were diagnosed pretty recently, your actual onset was actually many years ago, which can have different implications for things like treatment. And then there are, of course, also people that we see where they actually did have onset of the disease in their 50s or in their 60s, and we treat them probably differently. Corresponding to that is these, with each advancing decade, we see fewer types of we see fewer enhancing lesions on MRIs, which indicate active disease. This is just an example of what that looks like in somebody's brain, and is when people talk about MS burning out, this is really what they're referring to. That in general, relapses and the corresponding MRI activity, they do go down with age, although they don't necessarily disappear completely. And again, this is something that I'll keep referring to this is an average. It doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily indicative of what is happening in your particular situation. And so, if you have, specific questions about, your age as it results to decisions like treatment, obviously, I think it's important to talk with your neurologist. This is from a landmark study, pathological study, where they looked at the brains of deceased individuals who had MS, and they looked at the composition of their white matter plaques. And they found that in people who had these generally younger people who had the disease for less amount of time, 0 to 1 years or 1 to 5 years, that predominantly their brains were filled with these so-called active plaques. active white matter plaques, and that over time, greater than 5 years, certainly greater than 10 or greater than 20 years, those active plaques became less prominent, and in their place, there were more inactive plaques, or so-called smoldering plaques, which had a kind of an indistinct border. In terms of brain atrophy, I mentioned that this is a process that we think happens from very early on. This was a very interesting study that looked at whole brain atrophy as well as atrophy in specific regions of the brain. And in the upper left here, this is the whole brain atrophy. And you can see that on average, the rate of brain atrophy in multiple sclerosis is about 0.4% per year, which is higher than it typically is for people who don't have MS. But that you can see that it is divided in between the blue and the green. And the blue represents the MS-specific atrophy, which really predominates early on in people's 30s and 40s. And then over time, that MS-specific atrophy gives way to a more normal aging atrophy, which, unfortunately, there's not really much we can do to stop aging, but presumably there is something that can be done to stop the MS-related atrophy. But that MS-related atrophy is especially notable in certain brain regions like the thalamus, which early on a significant proportion of the MS-specific atrophy is present, and then kind of over time, the thalamic atrophy is more a function of normal aging. And this is the thalamus here, this structure in green in the center of the brain. Whereas there are other regions of the brain that tend to see a kind of a constant amount of atrophy related to MS over time. So this was a very interesting study to look at the different contributions of normal aging versus MS-specific atrophy. I threw in here a slide about life expectancy in MS because it's a question that we often get. We are certainly seeing people living longer with MS than we'd ever had before, and perhaps that is related to the fact that we're diagnosing people at younger ages. But perhaps also it's because people are just living longer in general. In a study that gets cited a lot, a Norwegian nationwide cohort study from a couple years ago found that their life expectancy among individuals with MS was approximately 74.7 years, compared to 81.8 years in the general population, which was about a 7-year difference. Now, what I'll say about that is that one, the life expectancy in the United States is not 81.8 years in general, it's more like 78 years. So the difference between that and 74.7 years is not that pronounced. And also we know that the life expectancy is generally, and lower life expectancy is generally driven by people who have progressive disease and who are at advanced stages of disability. And so they therefore succumb to certain complications like infections. And so, again, this is an average. This is not necessarily deterministic if in any one individual case. And so we definitely see many people with MS living very long, healthy lives otherwise. If you look at the different stages of MS from your neurologist's perspective, we generally think of them in 3 phases. One is kind of the beginning, shortly after diagnosis, and at which point we're trying to decide between the different disease-modifying therapies, and then hopefully getting you on the right disease-modifying therapy. And after that, hopefully smooth sailing. Then for the next 20, 30 years, it's the question of, okay, are things going well? Do we continue the existing treatment, or are you having a side effect? Is there a loss of efficacy of the treatment, in which case you consider treating with a different disease-modifying therapy? And then in one's golden years, the question now starts to arise, well, what do we do now? We don't think that disease-modifying therapy needs to be continued indefinitely. And so this question arises is, should we be just stopping disease-modifying therapy and seeing what happens? And that is a topic that is very near and dear to our hearts, especially my colleague, Dr. Corboy, who's started this clinical trial called DISCO MS, in which individuals with stable MS who are older, half of whom are going to stop their disease-modifying therapy, the other half is going to continue. And that's going to give us important information about when it's safe and appropriate to discontinue disease-modifying therapies indefinitely. There can be certainly benefits to doing so, and I'll go into that in a second. First, in terms of disease-modifying therapies, well, in terms of the natural history, I should say, of MS, if you look on the left graph here, this was an older natural history study that just looked at the time that it took to reach an important disability milestone of EDSS of 6 or moderate disability. And depending on whether somebody had a progressive onset or a relapsing remitting onset. And I use this to compare to a newer study out of Sweden from a couple of years ago, where they found that with each advancing year of diagnosis, meaning 1994 compared to 1993 or 1995 compared to 1994, if you were diagnosed at the later year, each year you had a 6% less likelihood of reaching this important disability milestone of EDSS of 4 or moderate disability. And so the author speculated that, could it be again we're diagnosing MS earlier, or we're diagnosing more MS, in which case more people have what turned out to be a benign form? Possibly, although it's most likely also the case that as in the modern era, we're more likely to treat people with immunotherapies, especially more effective immunotherapies at earlier time points. And so we strongly think that that is what is contributing to these better outcomes later on. And to remind people about the different immunotherapy trials that led to approval of the different agents that we use, this slide is really just to show people that in general, the studies that led to those approvals included mostly younger individuals. On the left, you have the relapsing studies where the median or average age was really in the 30s for the most part, and the maximal age was 50 or 55. And then on the right here, you have the progressive studies where the average age was usually in the 40s and the maximal age was 60 or 65. And so, what does that mean for people who are older than that? I think is a very good question. And, we have to kind of extrapolate in many instances, and in other instances, we just really don't have clear data that shows that these treatments are actually beneficial. This is a study that gets cited a lot that I think people also kind of misinterpret, where some researchers looked at many MS drug trials, 38, I believe, and they kind of combined them all together and did a kind of a joint analysis called a meta-analysis, in which they looked at over 28,000 individuals with MS treated with these various disease-modifying therapies. And they found that age really was a strong determinant of whether somebody was responsive to immunotherapy or not. Excuse me. And that the average age of 53, after that, on average, people did not seem to benefit from immunotherapy in terms of delayed disability. So again, there's that word average. That doesn't mean that just because you're 55, you're not going to respond to immunotherapy, but that will depend on your individual circumstances, including how recently you were diagnosed and how recently it was that you had overt signs of inflammation. We know, though, that there are risks for these different immunotherapies that increase with age, and some things like medical conditions, diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, we know happen increasingly as people get older. And some of those things can also be side effects of our treatments, or can be things that put use of our treatments in a higher risk category. So for instance, if you have diabetes, you could potentially develop something called macular edema, or swelling in the back of the eye. That is also a rare side effect of one of our treatments called Gilenya or fingolimod. And so in general, we try to avoid using that disease-modifying therapy in people who have diabetes. And also we see as people get older an increased risk for infections as our immune systems start to weaken. And there are conditions like this first one, PML, or progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy, which is a rare brain infection that really we see most often in the case of using immunotherapies. But then there are also these other infections like shingles or urinary tract infections that we see just commonly in the general population, but that we see especially in people with MS who are older and who have higher levels of disability, and especially those individuals who are also being treated with systemic immunosuppressants. And so that is one potential reason that we like to consider stopping treatment as people get older, is because we don't want the treatment to be causing damage. And first, do no harm. And then there's the cost of these drugs. Of course, everybody knows that these immunotherapies are extraordinarily expensive. So it's cost not just in terms of your deductible or your copay, but also in terms of opportunity costs, maybe the time that you spend driving to an infusion site, or the time you spend on the phone arguing with an insurance agent. And then there's costs to the healthcare system as well. There's easily over 100,000 people over age 55 in this country with multiple sclerosis, and if a significant percentage of them don't really need to be using immunotherapies anymore, then perhaps the savings from that could go to something that would be more fruitful, and that we're talking about maybe something in the billions of dollars. So as your individual neurologists and healthcare providers, we think of the benefits of immunotherapies as at the beginning stages of the disease as being very important, the benefits being very high, and then kind of gradually dwindling with time, and then the risks as kind of gradually going up with time. And then there's a certain point at which the risks outweigh the benefits, although we're still trying to figure out exactly when that time is, and it likely varies depending on the person. And so that is part of what that trial Disco MS is trying to figure out. And then let me switch gears for a second and talk about remyelination and repair. We know that myelination and remyelination in the central nervous system happens because of a certain type of cell called oligodendrocyte. Myelin is, of course, important both for helping the nerves transmit their impulses to each other in an efficient way, something called saltatory conduction, but it also is important just for keeping the nerve alive and keeping the axon healthy. Oligodendrocyte precursor cells are the cells that live in the nervous system that will basically, they're the stem cells, they're the ones that become the oligodendrocytes that can then produce myelin. And what we know is that with age, those OPCs function less well, meaning they don't readily differentiate into those myelin-producing oligodendrocytes. And some of that has to do with the fact that these other types of cells like macrophages and microglia also don't operate as well, and they're not removing as much of the cellular debris, and they're releasing fewer promyelinating factors. But regardless of the cause, as the result is that these OPCs don't become oligodendrocytes as much, and they don't produce as much myelin as people get older. This is a cartoon that is supposed to represent a process called heterochronic parabiosis, which is a type of experiment in which, in this case, an old mouse is sewn to a younger mouse, and so their physiologies are shared. And in a particular recent experiment, they did this, and they looked at OPC function, and they found that the young mouse transmitted certain factors, including a type of immune cell called monocytes that kind of help to rejuvenate the older mouse's OPCs and their ability to differentiate into functional oligodendrocytes that produce myelin. So how does that translate into humans? I don't think we're going to be seeing human beings sewn to each other anytime in the near future, but hopefully we'll be able to identify those factors that are really responsible for, inhibiting this process, and then maybe we can target those specific factors. We know that as people get older, there are a variety of things that happen just throughout the body. Their skin becomes drier, bones become more brittle, and that is especially the case with people who've had longstanding MS that's been treated with things like corticosteroids. We know our metabolism slows and we just kind of get weaker. We lose our muscle strength. Our heart's pumping ability and our lung capacity both can decrease. Our appetite can decrease, and constipation does become more common as people get older. We know that bladder control weakens, and then in men, prostate dysfunction can also lead to trouble with urination. Hearing and vision can decrease, and then also short-term memory and other cognitive things can slow down. And so some of these, you look at this list and you say, well, that sounds like, something that can also happen in MS. And one of the common questions that I get is, well, is this symptom my MS, or is it just me getting older? To which I'll often answer, yes. It is one of those things, or potentially both of those things. Certainly in the case of, cognitive dysfunction, that both could be playing a prominent role. But, also as people get older, there's the possibility that you could develop an additional condition. Alzheimer's disease is the most common cause of dementia, and it happens in roughly 10% of people over age 65. It's not that MS makes that more likely, but it is common enough that a significant percentage of our people who get older with MS are also going to develop that. And so if cognitive dysfunction becomes very prominent, that's something that we tend to think about. And then there are other symptoms that could very well be MS related. I'm thinking of mood disorders and things like depression that are extraordinarily common in individuals with MS, but that we don't necessarily treat any differently from the way they're commonly treated by mental health professionals, meaning with medications or psychotherapy. Our toolkit is pretty much the same, and so the question is, does it really matter if it's related to MS or not? We're basically going to treat it the same way. I wanted to throw in a slide about menopause in MS, as it does relate to aging in MS. And a question has come up about trying to distinguish between an MS relapse and menopause, because, of course, you can see fatigue, bladder problems, difficulty concentrating, or depressed mood in both of those conditions. And sometimes it legitimately can be difficult to distinguish those things. But again, if you're concerned about your particular situation and you're having new symptoms like this, that's important to discuss it with your healthcare provider, your neurologist. Excuse me. There have been studies, smaller studies that have looked at the changes in menopause as they relate to MS symptoms, and some of them have seemed to indicate that they might worsen some pre-existing MS symptoms, like namely fatigue or cognition. But then the question came up, well, what about hormone replacement therapy? Will that actually improve things? And there, the studies have been somewhat ambiguous, and there have been various trials with forms of estrogen in MS, but not all of them have been in perimenopausal or postmenopausal women, and so it's not clear what kind of conclusions you can draw from that. In general, I'm not a strong proponent for hormone replacement therapy unless a patient comes to me and says their primary doc or their GYN is suggesting it, in which case I have no problem with it. I just don't know that it's necessarily going to change the course of somebody's MS. but it may help with their individual symptoms. And then we know that from some other studies that MS relapses do tend to go down after menopause, although, as I discussed earlier on in the natural history of MS, as people get older, relapses do tend to decline. And so whether that's a function of the changing of the hormonal environment in menopause or if it's just related to aging, I think it's not particularly clear. But it's not all bad news with age. We know that some things do get better, like a fine wine. We know that there are fewer relapses in MS. And then there's this question of, maybe not needing to take these immunotherapies, whether they're injections or pills or infusions. And so that can free people up in a lot of ways. As people get older, they do have kind of more life experience, and people who age successfully with MS, they generally they kind of get to know their bodies very well, and they don't get as kind of bothered by things. They're kind of better able to predict, what's going to happen, and they kind of just settle into the condition certainly more than some of my younger patients with MS. We now have more resources for people as they get older with MS that aren't specifically, related to medications that we might prescribe. So things like physical therapy, occupational therapy, palliative care, which is a relatively new medical discipline, and senior care. And there are also these other things like aging life care professionals and area agencies on aging that can, connect people with additional resources for older individuals. And finally, there is now a greater focus on older and progressive patients in clinical trials. It's still, I don't think, where I'd like to see it, but certainly compared to that earlier slide that I showed about all the different drug trials in MS and the average ages, I think we're working towards understanding that people are getting older with MS, and we need to develop more and better interventions for older individuals with MS through clinical trials. And so we're getting there. So be patient with us. And I think that's my last slide. So thank you for your attention, and I encourage you to listen to all the other excellent presentations today.
Thank you, Dr. Gross. We will now take a 10-minute break. You can use this time to start filling out your evaluation survey. Be sure to include your contact information for a chance to win a Visa gift card, or check out the virtual exhibit hall. I'll post links to both of these in the chat. If you need more time, you can press pause and the broadcast will resume where you left off when you press play again. Welcome back. Our next presentation features Anastasia Wall. Anastasia has been a physician assistant at the Rocky Mountain MS Center at the University of Colorado for 13 years. She will present on sleep and your health. Anastasia, are you there?
What? Oh, yes, yes. Hi, Kelsey. I was just taking advantage of that break to catch up on a few Z's. So, hello, hi. My name is Anastasia Walma, PA with the Rocky Mountain MS Center. It's a great pleasure to be with you all here today for the Education Summit. I would like to present to you some information about sleep and your health, and I hope that you will enjoy. So sleep and dreaming have always aroused our curiosity, and theories as to the cause and function have been described since the beginning of recorded history. This fascination is widely evidenced in the work of artists, philosophers, poets, yogis, clerics, and priests. Sleep and dreaming have also been an important topic of inquiry throughout history of religion and history of philosophy. Accounts of specific dreams of Jacob and Joseph were recorded in the Bible in the chapter Genesis. These dreams were divine manifestations, and even ancient Indian philosophical traditions of yoga and Vitana thought that consciousness continued in deep sleep, even when ordinary mental activity quieted down or stopped. And theories were proposed as early as Greek philosophers such as Aristotle in regards to the nature of sleep and the purpose of sleep. Fast forward in time, in the 19th century, the interpretation of dream content and its relationship with human emotions became the focus of psychoanalytic theory in the early decades of the 1900s. And it was regarded as a meaningful reflection of unconscious mental functioning. And as we can see, sleep is a cherished time. This is my daughter, and I got a picture of her in the morning coming in to wake her up, and she had been like that all night long. So sleep is just a wonderful thing. So then as time went by, out of the fields of psychiatry and psychology, dream research started to play a central role in the 1950s. Beginning in the 1970s, sleep research shifted from psychology towards studying more about the biology of sleep and studying sleep disorders as well. This is a picture of a polysomnography of a patient who is hooked up at night. They're monitoring his brain activity and his breathing, as well as if they're snoring. There are monitors looking at oximetry, as well as leg movements at night. So the development of sleep laboratory techniques ushered in a new era of sleep and dream study. This included the discovery of REM sleep and the various different stages of sleep. And then after a half century, as the dominant paradigm of sleep analysts, psychology was largely eclipsed by neurobiology as dreaming became closely identified with the physiological events of REM sleep, as well as non-REM sleep. So I developed an interest in sleep while working nights, working my way through college. And here I am probably at 2 a.m. on June 17th, 1993, in a sleep lab in Seattle, Washington. And this is where I developed my interest in sleep. And it was only in the 1990s did the sleep studies experience a resurgence through advances in neuroscience and the development of neuroimaging techniques that allowed us to characterize cerebral function through the sleep-wake cycle. But the definitive functions of sleep continued to elude us and the subjects of considerable debate. This one is regarding the structures of sleep, including slow wave and sleep spindles. And so it'll come up a little bit later in the talk in regards to how these things how we think that they correlate to synaptic remodeling during sleep. But I just wanted to give you an example here of the type of waves. So back on this machine here that you can see here behind me, these are the old machines. Then we would have these sleep waves that we could monitor and study, where when your eyes were awake, we could see certain types of waves. Then they were closed, we could see a different kind of waves. And then in stage 2, we'd start to see these sleep spindles. Stage 4, we'd see these delta waves. And then REM sleep, you'd see something kind of looking like awake. However, you would have the eye movements associated with those as well. So on to the PET scan. Here's an example of a human brain when it's awake on the top. The color coding depicts active cerebral brain areas, going from red to blue, blue areas being the more inactive states. When the brain is alert with high brainwave activity, the awake brain shows activity that resembles the phase of REM. Sleep when the brain is dreaming. So the PET scan shows the metabolic activity of the brain. And a radioactive tracer, here it's radio labeled glucose, is injected into the bloodstream and absorbed by these active tissues of the brain. And you can see that in normal sleep, there's still a lot of activity going on. And in REM sleep, it's very active. The brain is very active. And so we really should not think about sleep as some sort of dormant state for our body, even though our understanding of consciousness, which was the fascination of the early philosophers and artists. But in fact, there's a lot going on in sleep. And that's and my fascination with sleep really brought me to want to give this talk to you today. So before we begin, so I just want to make sure to establish some things. So I'm going to present some ideas, new ideas in the field of neurobiology and neuroscience. And I think that these are important for my patients and persons interested in demyelinating disease to know about and understand, because these are advances in neuroscience. And I think that they are really interesting and cutting edge. But it is important for you to understand that we don't know how exactly sleep interfaces with multiple sclerosis. And when I'm presenting these data that are going to follow, I do want you to know that in the small studies that have been done looking at the ways in which sleep affects persons with MS, is that multiple sclerosis on PET scans in a research setting has not been associated with an elevated abnormal proteins or normal or tau burden on PET scans. However, it does seem to affect more about the way persons function. So persons with sleep disorders, which is the type of things that can be evaluated and detected on polysomnography, do have an impact on the functioning of persons with MS. So for example, if there are sleep-related disorders like insomnia, or very commonly in MS, breathing disorders such as sleep apnea, either obstructive or central sleep apnea, as well as restless legs and periodic limb movements in sleep can disrupt the sleep. And when sleep is disrupted, we do have evidence, strong evidence, that it can be associated with diminished visual memory, verbal memory, executive function, which is a very common complaint in persons with MS. Fatigue also can be associated with this. However, fatigue is also an independent factor that occurs in multiple sclerosis, one in which we don't entirely understand. But I think it's important to understand that even with a good night's sleep, persons with MS can still very much be fatigued, and then have fatigue all day and still very much not be able to fall asleep at night. Okay, so understanding that, I want to shift over to talk about the lymphatic system. And then we're going to talk about the interaction of the nervous system and the lymphatic system. And the lymphatic system plays a major role in the body's immune system and is the primary site relating to adaptive immune systems such as T cells and B cells. It's also a part of the circulatory system and the immune system, made up of large networks of lymphatic vessels, lymph nodes, organs, and tissues. And it has multiple interrelated functions, such as the removal of interstitial fluid that's just in between tissue fluid from the tissues, absorbing and transporting fatty acids and fats from the digestive system, transporting white blood cells to and from the lymph nodes, seen here on the diagram in more of the round segments of the green, and into the bones, as well as transporting antigen presenting cells such as dendritic cells to lymph nodes where immune response is stimulated. And we know in MS, or we think we know, that the inflammation starts in the blood and then travels to the brain in regards to multiple sclerosis and inflammation. Here's a picture of the lymphatic system. So previously, the central nervous system was thought to be devoid of lymphatics. There was an immune privileged organ, there was a blood-brain barrier, and so there was only specific egress and of immune cells across this blood-brain barrier and ability to get into the brain. However, in 2012, the lymphatic, or the glial lymphatic pathway, was identified in the rodent brain first, and then later in humans. In this slide, you can see the fluid pathway here contained in the subarachnoid space, and it keeps it's produced in the choroid plexus, which is found. You can't really see it on this diagram, but it flows through the ventricular system, which you can see in blue, and then goes to the subarachnoid space of the brain and spinal cord. And then cerebral spinal fluid contained in this subarachnoid space keeps the central nervous system buoyant and serves as a fluid source for the lymphatic influx. And then, like we said, the egress of the cranial cerebral spinal fluid, the orange arrows, fall into three functionally distinct categories. So primarily around the cranial nerves and spinal nerves, and dural lymphatic vessels and arachnoid granulations. Now, the contribution and importance of each of these egress pathways are still a matter of debate. But the main egress site in both rodents and humans is along the olfactory nerve through the cribriform plate, which is found on number 1 there. So from here, the cerebral spinal fluid is drained towards the cervical lymph nodes and back into the circulatory system. So the discovery of an authentic brain lymphatic system, known as the glymphatic system, proved the existence of perivascular channels penetrating arteries and veins in the nervous system. And it cleans the interstitial space in the central nervous system. Now, further research started to elucidate how this system might play a role in central nervous system disease. This is my cat. She likes to crawl in Zoom, which is my tortoise, my Russian tortoise's terrarium, and spend time with him under the heat lamp. So this talk was inspired by in a neurology grand rounds in winter 2020 on a growing number of studies suggesting that poor sleep might actually be a driver for Alzheimer's disease pathogenesis. And I recognize that this summit is for persons with MS and related disorders, but I think you'll agree that this early work is relevant to this audience. And the research that's demonstrating underlying mechanisms that had not been fully understood and is making advances in the neurology community of the value and purpose of sleep. So, in the past, I think that people were wondering, and I think we still do, we'd say we don't really know why we sleep, but I think we are starting to understand why we sleep and what is the brain doing. And it is not in a dormant state. It's actually in a very active state, as you can see on the PET scans. But more research will need to be done on neuroinflammatory disease. Dr. Bryce McConnell is the director of the sleep research program at CU's Alzheimer's and Cognition Center. And he was kind enough to share some of his slides that he presented at Grand Rounds with me to be able to present to you today. All right, so why do we sleep? Let's back up for a minute and see how sleep interfaces with neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's. There are three main areas what we are going to cover today. To the left is the so-called glymphatic system. This has been the leading area of interest in thinking about how the brain might be protecting itself from neurodegenerative diseases in sleep. And then the brain flush, we would say, is active when we are awake, but it's even more active when we're asleep. And it clears metabolic waste from our brain. At the top panel, we'll be talking about how sleep is responsible for this synaptic remodeling and regulation of neuronal excitability. And I know that that's highly technical, but just understand that neurons interact with each other and across a synapse. And then just like bones or skin or anything, that has to be remodeled and maintained over time. So your body is constantly rebuilding and remodeling itself. These are also playing a role in the way that we consolidate memories, the way in which we, everything is kind of connected. And so then this is where I think this synaptic remodeling is important for cognitive functions. I mean, they all are, but I think this one in particular. And then also would be an interest to our group is the relationship between sleep and immune biology. And we can see down there that chronic sleep deprivation does have an impact directly on the structures of the brain. Oligodendrocytes and astrocytes are supportive cells within the nervous system in regards to the neurons. And we can see in healthy folks, which you'll see a little later in the slides, how sleep deprivation, even one night, can change the structures to start to cause a neuroinflammatory response by increasing tumor necrosis factor, as well as IL-6, which these are pro-inflammatory cytokines, causing changes that would be outside of homeostasis. And so it starts to turn things towards the negative. So as we start thinking about this brain flush system, the glymphatic system, the concept is when we sleep, the brain tissue is being flushed by an increase of cerebrospinal fluid flow. And then on this diagram on the right, this little cartoon, you see A, which is the red right there. And then next to the red is the arterial flow, basically. And then what we're seeing on the arterial side to the venous side, which is in blue, is there's a flow gradient that's potentially sweeping metabolic waste and destructive proteins associated with neurodegenerative diseases. The hypothesis is just the simple process of aging. The system is becoming less efficient. And in Alzheimer's disease, we're getting a buildup of these bad proteins, which are normal. I mean, it's normal to have these proteins. But in Alzheimer's disease, they turn into plaques and tangles that are being deposited and becoming problems. Now, we don't see those in multiple sclerosis like we talked about earlier. However, I think it is important to understand that even in healthy controls, we do see that these toxins can build up with chronic sleep deprivation. So here and across the diagram here, we see that the metabolic waste, so the little yellow flecks like sprinkles, those would be the beta amyloid proteins. And then the metabolic waste are the kind of hot pink little sprinkles. The neuron is in green, and then the astrocytes, which are the supportive cells, are in purple. The little blue dots are the aquaporin 4 transfer areas in which the transport is coming in and out through the barrier to the vessels. And we see that in the young, things are flowing, things are going well, it's going through the venous system and it's dumping out, it's getting out. However, as we age, we start to have a little bit more of a deposition of these proteins, beta amyloid in specific, into the parenchyma, or the tissue of the brain. And then Alzheimer's disease, there's a breakdown of the aquaporin for transport, and we actually see a large influx of these beta amyloid. They have to go somewhere, so they are simply deposited into the tissue, which then creates these plaques and tangles that are important for that disease process. Okay, so we had talked about how slow wave sleep remodels our synapses. So slow waves, so different types of, so that's why I showed you that model of the different waves that can occur on an EEG during sleep that we can actually assess and see represented on these studies. And so then with these deep, the larger delta waves, that occur in stages 3 and 4, we think that that is the time when the synaptic plasticity are being remodeled in a way in which strengthens your learning, your processing, your relationships. And so it's just forming more of these connections, the neural connections that form our understanding and our consciousness within the world. And really those happen during sleep, and which is why in the old, well, not old, they would always say, try to get a lot of sleep before a test. Don't stay up all night studying, that you'll perform better if you actually get some sleep. And the reason why that is because you actually consolidate and will be able to retrieve those memories a little bit better. So during the sleep, I just wanted to show you here again another example of the sleep spindle, and then the slow wave, which is the A, and then these spindles. And so we think that these are mechanisms of memory consolidation during sleep. And then we can see here that these spindles are actually, we can directly correlate those, and have been done through studies looking at the ways in which those studies electrically. So we're just seeing the evidence of ink on a paper across time, but that actually correlates to a very specific biological process that's going on within the tissues, deep tissues within the brain, looking at synaptic plasticity. And plasticity, as you know, is something that we look at for healing and remodeling. So then the important work that's being done in the memory and Alzheimer's literature is in regarding, whether or not these the immuno dysregulation, does it drive Alzheimer's pathology? And the answer appears to be yes. Systemic inflammatory changes are hypothesized to prime these supportive cells and immune cells that can drive this destructive process that we kind of looked at a little bit earlier. So chronic sleep deprivation is actually associated with an increased risk for Alzheimer's disease. It does not, again, I just want to say, it is not causing the cognitive changes that we're seeing in persons with MS. But I think that even in folks that have, there's evidence that I'm going to show you to you a little later, is in healthy controls, we do see that there are these abnormal proteins and an increase in this dysregulation and neuronal functioning that occurs in even people who have no health conditions, no neurological conditions, with just one night of sleep deprivation. And we think the way that this is happening is this amyloid peptide is activating the microglia within the nervous system, that then activates the astrocytes, which is that supportive cell, through neuroinflammation and pro-inflammatory chemicals that then affects the neurons and causes them to have loss of nutrition, also chemical dysregulation, and then can lead to, in Alzheimer's, neuronal death, and then eventually progression of disease and onset in itself. And so a lot of the targets in Alzheimer's disease is looking to see if they can modify these sort of things. But I think it's really interesting to see that inflammation could be a driver in something that we thought was just neurodegeneration. So does this mean that disrupting sleep increases neurodegenerative disease-related proteins? And the answer is yes. So here on the left, we do see that this is the healthy controls. These are folks that were college age, no issues at all. And we did see that there was this beta amyloid accumulation in the brain after one night of sleep deprivation. The thought is that, and then you can see over here on the graph, is that it's very clearly it's differentiated, and from the control to the sleep deprived, we definitely see an increase in the interstitial fluid of the tau in mice and the CSF tau in humans. And so we were able to see definitely that this was a correlation to sleep deprivation alone. There wasn't other reasons that were causing this. And so we can already see that then depriving a human and a mouse, sadly, of sleep for even one night can start to disturb these processes. And I think that that's, as a mom, I was thinking, is this the reason why, is their mom brain? Is this the reason why, when you're not really functioning the next day, when you're sleep deprived, even without neurological disease, that could be the reason why we function less well, is because this buildup of toxins, which again, just supports the meaningfulness and importance of sleep. So does that mean that disrupting sleep can cause neurodegeneration? And so at least we have seen in mice that there is, again, these are slides of the brain in mice. And we do see that there are these depositions, and it's specifically caused by chronic sleep deprivation compared to control. And then we do see that there are other deposits on the right-hand side when compared to controls who aren't sleep deprived. So in summary, sleep interfacing with Alzheimer's disease is likely a problem with the lymphatic flow, immuno kind of dysregulation, and then a synaptic dysfunction. It's probably a threefold problem that are all interrelated. That sleep is associated, interestingly, with Alzheimer's disease, chronic sleep deprivation. And so it could, but obviously everybody who's sleep deprived doesn't end up going on to have Alzheimer's disease. So it's not a single factor implication, but it is early research looking at the ways in which sleep could cause pathogenesis, and then potentially how it could be ameliorated if we can try to have persons sleep well to slow the progression of Alzheimer's disease. Okay, so you may be wondering, how much sleep do I need? I know I was. So I think that this is the recommendation of the National Sleep Foundation according to age. So it's going to change over time. As we know, teenagers and toddlers, they sleep a lot, and they should. My cat probably sleeps, here, I'll just show you my cat right here. Sleeping away, yeah. Probably, I don't know, does she sleep 18 hours? It seems like it. And so I just think the issue is that obviously biologically we are meant to sleep, and it shouldn't be, we shouldn't shortcut that. The lifestyle now is all about coffee, go, be on your phones, blue light, trying to maximize daytime performance, getting up early, staying up late. And I just think that when we take a pause and just focus on life and living life, that if we're focusing on health and dietary changes and all the things that we need to do for that, we should not neglect sleep. It is not a dormant state where nothing is happening. It is an important part of your health, and one in which I hope that I have convinced you to value. So I think that in addition to the other things, and then also I would just understand that, persons with multiple sclerosis have a number of reasons not to sleep, which can include, bladder dysfunction at night, spasticity, pain, insomnia, like we talked about before. And just to remind you that these are things that can be addressed by your physician or PA or nurse practitioner, and should be brought up in those visits so that we can talk about those things and see what kinds of solutions can be had, because suffering in silence is not the way to go. So yes, and this is me napping with my beautiful kitten Cookie. uh and so I hope that you have enjoyed this talk. I sure enjoyed preparing it for you. I'm really interested to hear your comments, and so I hope that you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Anastasia. It's always great to see a provider who practices what they preach. Please welcome Dr. Terry Schreiner for our next presentation. Dr. Schreiner currently sees pediatric neurology patients at Children's Hospital Colorado and sees both adults and children at the Rocky Mountain MS Center at University of Colorado. She is presenting on another often requested topic, strategies for building better brain health.
Hello and welcome. I am Dr. Terry Schreiner. I am a physician at the Rocky Mountain MS Center, and I am happy to be here today to discuss strategies for improving brain health. So first, I'd like to start with just an acknowledgement of my disclosures. I do receive funding from multiple sources for the work that I do. But pertinent to our discussion today, I think the most important disclosure is that I am not a nutritionist or an exercise specialist. So although we will be discussing nutrition and exercise, I will be discussing them from the perspective of an MS neurologist, and I would encourage you to seek the expertise of a nutritionist or exercise specialist for anything more specific to your circumstance. And now I'd like for you to join me in an analogy. This is a picture of a castle, a medieval castle in England. And I would like to draw the analogy that your brain should be preserved and defended as a medieval castle may have been back in medieval times. We need to have all of your walls intact to protect against invaders. We need it to be functioning at its prime. And when we have stopped any attack of the walls of the castle, we need to fortify it and really make it stronger. Now, this is maybe a new analogy, but it's not a new concept. And I'd like to share with you a slide from my colleague and mentor, Dr. Vollmer, that has been presented in educational sessions similar to today's in the past, where he identifies the concept of neurologic reserve. Neurologic reserve is the capability and capacity of your brain to withstand and to compensate from attacks, so to speak, from anything that may be jeopardizing its function. Neurologic reserve is strongest when we are young, and it is the reason that oftentimes multiple sclerosis is not diagnosed promptly, because we have a robust reserve in which to compensate for any attacks. The reason neurologic reserve matters is because it helps us to preserve our function, cognitive function, motor function, sensory function. Our neurologic reserve is what allows us to continue doing everything that we want to do, even when there is the threat of something that would jeopardize that. In MS, when subclinical disease activity, when the disease burden passes a certain point and neurologic reserve can no longer compensate for that, then we begin to see symptoms in all of these different areas. Now, the good news is that MS patients can increase their neurologic reserve, their capacity to withstand injury, by living an active and healthy lifestyle. And that is what we'll discuss further momentarily. But before we do, I'd like to share another image that you may have seen before, again, courtesy of Dr. Vollmer, that illustrates many things happening during the course of someone's life with multiple sclerosis. What I'll draw your attention to primarily is this over here on the left side is a brain. And this is a young brain. It has a robust volume, a high reserve, and it's functioning well. Over time, even without multiple sclerosis, all of our brains atrophy to some degree. And that is important because brain size, or rather volume, correlates with function. And what we notice, again, if we go back to the left side of the screen and look at this brain, is that with the attacks that come with multiple sclerosis and the lesions that accrue, the atrophy is more severe than a brain without multiple sclerosis. And this delta, this difference here, is again what we are seeking to minimize with these strategies for brain health. Now back to our analogy. So I have painted the picture that this castle is your brain, and we want to defend it. We are going to defend the integrity of your brain, and thankfully we can through various different techniques, and we'll talk about those in a second. But just to add some, levity and some pictorial representation here on the left side of your screen, we see our Lego MS army. These are the invaders. This is what is going to be attacking the walls of your castle, your brain, jeopardizing its integrity. But we also have another army here too, and that is the army that is aging. It is the concussions that you get in a lifetime, the illnesses, both chronic and acute, that you fight, that all can take a toll on the integrity and function of your brain. So now let's get down to the specifics. So what are the strategies for brain health? So again, going with my analogy, the first thing we need to do is stop the attack. You can't repair your walls. You can't function appropriately if you are fighting off an invader. And so the first thing that I will mention is this is not a talk about disease-modifying therapies, but one of the most important parts of treating of stopping the attack, protecting your castle, is actually stopping the disease, or to the extent that we can, calming down the attack with disease-modifying therapies. And so if you are a patient with multiple sclerosis who has inflammatory disease, it's really important to be on a disease-modifying therapy, or at least have this discussion with your doctor. The other things that we'll talk about in this session include more lifestyle factors. And so we're going to optimize your lifestyle to stop the attack. We're going to treat any other conditions that might be jeopardizing your brain or your body. And then lastly, but not insignificantly, we're going to fortify your castle with diet and exercise. So stopping the attack. So the first thing I've mentioned is disease-modifying therapies. So your to-do item then is, if you are not on a disease-modifying therapy, to have that discussion with your doctor to find out whether or not that is an appropriate strategy for you to stop the attack. Number 2 is to stop excessive alcohol intake. Now, there is evidence that in multiple sclerosis, as well as in other chronic illnesses, some moderate intake, mild to moderate intake of alcohol can have beneficial consequences. But we know that excessive alcohol intake does not just from a decision-making standpoint, but it is not good for your body, specifically your liver, and it is toxic in high levels to your brain as well. So stopping excessive alcohol intake is an important strategy in stopping the attack on your brain. Likewise, stopping smoking. So we know that your lungs have a critical role to play in activating your immune system. And we know that smoking irritates the lining of the lungs, and that has direct implications on how your immune system is functioning. For example, we know that T cells, one cell within our immune system, can cross the blood-brain barrier more easily in smokers. We know that disease-modifying therapy may work differently in people who smoke. We know that among children, developing MS is more likely if you grow up in a home with smoke. And similarly, we know that once you have MS, at least in the mouse model, the disease process is worse if you have been exposed to smoke. And so for all of these reasons, it's really best to stop smoking. And I know I'm saying that and it sounds so easy, though for smokers, it is not. I'm not minimizing that, but it is a critical step that you can take to stopping the attack on your brain and maximizing your brain health. Other things to do to stop the attack. So we want to treat all chronic conditions. So that means diabetes. We want control of your blood sugar. For hypertension, we want your blood pressure brought down into a normal range. If you have hypercholesterolemia, we want you on a medicine and a diet to lower your cholesterol, because each of these different disorders has effects not only on the cardiovascular system, which of course we care about, but most specifically, it can have negative effects on the brain. And we don't want any other vulnerabilities, any other disorders to compromise the function and structure of your brain. And next, a slightly simpler topic, though still something that people struggle with, is just preventing injury. So we can't guarantee that you will never sustain a concussion in a car accident. Fluke things happen, tree branches fall off and hit people on the head and give them a concussion. I acknowledge there is risk, and some things are may happen in your life that would damage your brain from a traumatic structural way. But to the extent that we have control over preventing that, like wearing helmets and seatbelts and making good choices about risky behavior, I would encourage you to do so. These are things that you can actively embrace as a means to protect your brain, and they are not trivial. Now, I'm going to transition a little bit to talking about fortifying your castle. So we've just spoken about some concrete things that you can do to stop the attack on your castle. Now we're going to fortify. First of all, treating depression. Depression is unfortunately so common in multiple sclerosis. The lifetime prevalence of depression among MS patients approaches 50%. At any given year, about 20% of MS patients are suffering from depression. And this is not just because it is a hard disease. It is because the multiple sclerosis actually changes the way your brain functions in a way that makes it easier. It lowers the threshold for depression. And yet we know that it is so important to treat. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. I'm going to talk about the importance of eating a healthy diet. We can talk about what healthy means because there are different interpretations. And then, of course, exercise. So I've jumped a little bit into talking about depression already. It is very common. It is very biochemical, and it contributes to all sorts of other things that can impair your function in multiple sclerosis. Fatigue is worse if you are battling depression. Cognitive impairment, a feeling of social isolation is worse. And when you're depressed, you tend to exercise less, maybe not eat as well, and maybe make different choices about adhering to treatments that you would otherwise take for your multiple sclerosis. So for all of these reasons and for overall quality of life, it's very important to treat depression. And the good news is that it is responsive to treatment, both pharmacologically and through mental health counseling. So it is treatable, and the impact that this can have on your health is significant. Now to talk on Diet. Diet is a important topic in multiple sclerosis, and I bet I am asked by each of my patients at least once, what diet should I be on? What is the best way to treat my body from a nutritional standpoint in a way that will help to mitigate the effects of MS? And it's not an easy question to answer. I'm going to take you through some of what we know, and then we'll talk about what that means when the rubber meets the road. So first, just to add context, Dr. Swank started studying MS and diet in 1950. He enrolled patients, he put them on a diet of low saturated fat, followed them over years. And initially the study was just a couple years. They were able to draw that out to 34 years last time I looked. And they found that the patients that were on the lowest saturated fat category actually did better. They had 3 times the lower mortality rate than others. So that would seem to indicate there's something there. We know also that a high-fat diet is associated with relapses in the pediatric MS population. And we know, again, using the EAE model of MS in mice, we know that those mice who were fed a high-fat diet had more brain inflammation and more disease burden than the mice who had a lower saturated fat diet. So there is an argument to be made for paying attention to fat, and not just all fat, but saturated fat in particular. Said a different way, looked at it from a positive spin, we know that a healthy diet is associated with lower patient-reported disability and depression. And that was in a study with 7,000 enrollees, which is a good number on which to base some conclusions. We also know that hydration matters. I think this is something that none of us pay enough attention to, but there are studies correlating the amount of water we take in on a daily basis with less fatigue. And I think if you are a patient with MS listening to this, you will have the experience of MS fatigue, which is and can be significant. Other studies have correlated a paleo diet, so a diet very rich in vegetables and some meat with few carbs, with improved fatigue as well. Now, there's more to talk about, but I'm going to come back to what that all means for us. I'm going to share a few other things. Other areas of inquiry with respect to diet in MS have looked at caloric restriction. What that means is, rather than eating, the number of calories that you would like to in a day, let's say it's 2,000, caloric restriction would be something less than that, 10%, 20% less than that. And it has been associated with anti-inflammatory and neuroprotective effects. It's good for your brain. And that has been correlated with an improved quality of life and lower depression scores when they've been measured. So that's important to keep in mind. And, conversely as well, cholesterol, I've mentioned treating cholesterol is an important part of health in general. This has been studied in MS and found that there are a higher number of T2 lesions. Those are spots, as I refer to with my patients, on your brain if your cholesterol is high. Now, a bit of good news is that if you are a coffee drinker, good for you. There are some positive effects of coffee, decreasing all-cause mortality. It is actually included in guidelines, US dietary guidelines, and it has some anti-inflammatory properties. So how do we put this all together? Does that mean that we should all drink coffee and be on a paleo, plant-based, gluten-free diet with restricted calories and intermittent fasting? No. If you can do all of that, more power to you. But that is not what I am suggesting necessarily. I'm just putting forward some of the evidence that we have. One of the more feasible goals, which has been well studied and well described, is something called the Mediterranean diet. And these are guidelines that the diet espouses: cooking with olive oil over butter, eating grains that are unrefined, plentiful vegetables and fruit, some dairy, a lot of fish, and then less red meat and gluten. It's not, strictly excluded from this diet, but it is de-emphasized, with rather the emphasis being more on fish, vegetables, whole grains. And it is, I would argue, maybe more sustainable than a plant-based paleo, gluten, and dairy-free diet. Here's some concepts. What we can take from the data that has been done, has been accrued through studies, is that we all need more vegetables. The motto, strive for 5, should be in our brains always. We can get 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day, and more vegetables than fruit, we're doing pretty well. The more fish, the better. For the fatty acids, the DHA and the EPA that help our bodies to function, our brains to function better. And we should all be drinking a lot of water, probably more than we are already. What we need less of to function at a highest level, again, we're talking about fortifying our brain, is less saturated animal fat, less trans fatty acids, fewer sweetened drinks, a whole lot less salt, actually, and I didn't even get into the evidence on that, and then less whole cow's milk. If we can minimize these things while maximizing vegetables, fish, and hydration, I think we'll be doing well, whatever you call your diet. And the scope of this talk is a little bit narrow to fully give attention to the gut microbiome, but I do want to introduce this concept that within our gut, we have 10 times the number of cells than we actually have in our body. And that is our microbial population, our microbial, family of bacteria living in our gut, and they matter. The biodiversity of the flora in our gut matters because most of our immune system is direct facing with the gut. And so what we have in our gut is influencing our immune system in general. And what we want is something called eubiosis, which we see represented in flowers on the left. We have a biodiversity. We have lots of colors. We have different shapes of leaves. Everything is pretty well balanced. There's not one thing dominating over another. Whereas dysbiosis is what we don't want in our gut. This is an overgrown garden. There is not as much biodiversity. We don't, in fact, see any flowers. It is imbalanced. This is a pictorial representation of what we don't want going in our gut and going on in our gut, and what we eat matters. No amount of a probiotic supplement is going to bring us into eubiosis if we do not also have a balanced diet to go with that. And so again, the implications of eating a healthy diet are significant when it comes to our immune system. Now, another meaty topic in the category of fortifying our defenses is exercise. And exercise honestly could have gone in the category of defending as well, but we're going to talk about it here. And I hear oftentimes from my patients, well, I have a pretty active lifestyle. I have a 3-year-old, I'm a waitress, I'm a school teacher, I'm on my feet always. This is great. A sedentary lifestyle is something we want to strive against, but it's not exercise. None of those things are exercise. So I put in a definition to remind us that exercise is planned, structured, it's a defined period of time, and the goal of which is to improve or maintain our physical fitness. So this is different. This is more than just an active lifestyle. This is actually making a commitment to your physical fitness, and should be scheduled, or at least should occur regularly, if not scheduled. The benefits are true for everyone, whether they have MS or not, but particularly in patients who are living with MS, we want all of the benefits that exercise can give. Improved cognition, quality of life, longevity, mental health, improved sleep, which can be a big issue, anxiety, less anxiety. These are all the benefits that exercise can give us. So we know that there is value in this. We also know that it's hard, but to the extent that everyone can exercise 3 to 5 times a week for 20 to 30 minutes minimum at a time, the better off you will be. And sometimes it does require scheduling things on a calendar or having an exercise buddy, but the dedication will pay off in spades if you can incorporate that as your strategy for fortifying your brain health. So here's some concepts. Keep your body healthy to keep your brain healthy. In general, things that are good for your body are going to be good for your brain. So we're going to stop smoking, stop excessive drinking, prevent injury, treat other health conditions, particularly cardiovascular health conditions like hyperlipidemia, high blood pressure, diabetes. We're going to fuel your brain with healthy foods and hydration and exercise for your benefit of your brain and your body. So to end, here are my top 10 list of hopefully concrete things for you to take home from this presentation today, or take with you if you're already home. Number 1, talk with your MS doctor about disease-modifying therapy if you are not on a therapy or a therapy that is working for you. This is important in preventing the attack on your brain. Limit alcohol. Quit smoking. I know it's so easy to say, but it is so important to do. Number 4, treat hypertension, high cholesterol, diabetes, and depression. As we talked about, depression has so many different effects on your health and so many implications on if it is not treated appropriately. Prevent injury through things like wearing a bike helmet and, managing your risk. Eat less of saturated fats, processed foods, salt, and more of vegetables, whole foods, fish, and water. Be hydrated. Be very well hydrated. Number 8, exercise. And for everybody, this is going to look a little different. That's why I'm not giving a prescription for yoga to everyone. If you have a weak leg, then your exercise regimen is going to look different than somebody else who might have compromised vision. So this is really something that needs to be customized for you, but will ideally include stretching, strengthening, and that does not have to involve weightlifting, but strengthening of your muscles and aerobic activity as you're able. Maintain a healthy weight. This is a theme that flows throughout much of which I have discussed, but I want to bring special attention to that a higher BMI, it is correlated with many other things that jeopardize your brain's health. It is pro-inflammatory. It's probably meaning you're not getting enough exercise, maybe not enough of the right foods, and we want to maintain a healthy weight. And lastly, consult with a nutritionist, a physical therapist about a plan that is customized for you. These are some tenets to take with you, to process, to think about how they're going to work in your life, but someone skilled in the intricacies of nutrition and physical exercise can really help put together a plan that is customized for you so that you will succeed and ultimately do your best to defend and fortify your castle. I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Schreiner. At the Rocky Mountain MS Center, one of our main education goals is to help patients maximize their lifelong brain health. Thank you for these strategies. Next on the agenda is Dr. Timothy Vollmer. Dr. Vollmer is the Director of Neurology Clinical Research at the University of Colorado Anschutz campus, the Medical Director of the Rocky Mountain MS Center, and co-director of the Rocky Mountain MS Center at University of Colorado Hospital. Dr. Vollmer will be discussing recent advances in MS research.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Spring Summit of the Rocky Mountain MS Center. My name is Tim Vollmer. I'm the medical director for the Rocky Mountain MS Center and a professor of neurology and neuroscience at the University of Colorado. I'm going to be giving you a brief overview of key clinical research and research concepts. So our educational goals today are to discuss astrocytes. I'm going to be suggesting to you that astrocytes are one of the key missed opportunities we've had in the study of multiple sclerosis, but they are now coming into the fore. And I'll show you that there are a number of therapies that are in development that are focused on astrocyte function. I'll just review a few of the clinical trials going on in MS. There are far too many to cover in 20 minutes, but I'll try to hit some of the key ones. And then I'll close by just reiterating this concept of maximizing lifelong brain health in MS. So astrocytes. Astrocytes are one of the three key cells in the brain. Neurons and oligodendrocytes are the other two key cells in the brain, and we hear a lot about them in any discussion of MS. But there are actually far more astrocytes in the brain than there are neurons or oligodendrocytes. In fact, astrocytes actually put out processes and surround neurons and oligodendrocytes completely, basically putting them in a cocoon. And the astrocytes maintain a very special environment inside those cocoons that allows neurons and oligodendrocytes to function optimally. I'd like to show you a graph from one paper that argues that astrocytes are actually the initial target in a very early MS lesion. This is work from John Prinius. John Prinius is a well-established neuropathologist from Australia who's been working in this field for several decades. And this was a key paper recently published, which looked at very early MS lesions in brains from 3 different patients. And what he did was to do a number of different specialized stains and demonstrated the very first cell that was lost in an MS plaque was not the oligo or the nerve fibers, it was actually the astrocytes. And so these slides look at 3 different patients. And you can see here that this is what's called an immunohistochemical stain. So the brown dots are the astrocytes, the blue is the myelin, and then the area that's not blue is the MS plaque. And you can see there are more brown dots where there is myelin, and very few of these brown dots actually in the MS lesion. This is the second patient, slightly different stain, but this is the normal brain here. You can see multiple astrocytes, and this is the MS plaque where you can see many of them are gone. And that's also true for this third patient. So John, in publishing this, has been a bit of a counterculture person in our field. He's been pushing concepts that are challenging some long-held beliefs in this field. And he argues, based on this paper, that the death of oligodendrocytes is not the primary target. They're not the primary target in MS, but rather they're dying secondarily because the astrocytes are destroyed, and astrocytes are required for oligodendrocytes to survive. By the way, neurons also require astrocytes in order to survive, and the loss of astrocytes would also explain the loss of neurons in MS. So this is an important observation. Now, astrocytes are called astrocytes because they have a star-like shape to them. And they can do many different things, but one of the things that they can do is play an important role in the immune system. In fact, they become an immune cell in MS plaques. You can see that here. So when stimulated by small molecules called cytokines that come from B lymphocytes and T lymphocytes, when they get activated, they then produce immune cytokines that create a whole bunch of different consequences, including attracting more immune cells into the lesion and producing molecules that promote inflammation and can kill oligodendrocytes and neurons, including nitric oxide. But there's a yin and a yang to this particular behavior on astrocytes. They can also be pushed in a direction where they become primarily a neuroprotective cell, producing neurotrophins or growth factors for nerve cells that help make them healthy. And it turns out that we actually have a number of therapies that can inhibit this pro-inflammatory response, which is characterized in MS plaques, and push astrocytes in this neuroprotective direction, which may help improve repair in the nervous system and recovery function for MS patients. And this, I think, is one of the most interesting and exciting opportunities we currently have in the field of immunotherapy for multiple sclerosis, as well as other diseases. So this is a cartoon from a paper that we have written recently that will be published in a week or so. And it's just to summarize what we've learned about the immunology of MS. The first thing is that up until recently, the MS was thought to be shielded from the immune system by not having any lymphatics. So lymphatics are small tubes that permeate all organs in the body and basically allow fluid to drain from those organs and ultimately back into the circulatory system so that it can be removed by the kidneys. And it turned out about 4 years ago, that lymphatics were discovered in the brain, and they drain into the lymph nodes that are running along your spine and under your jaw. So these are lymph nodes that swell up when you get a cold, and you can feel them under your ear, under your jaw. And it turns out that these lymph nodes is where the B lymphocytes that drive MS are being developed. And they can leave those lymph nodes, move into the circulation, and circulate back to the brain, where they then can cross the blood-brain barrier. By the way, the blood-brain barrier is actually made up by astrocytes. And astrocytes actually signal and can recruit lymphocytes into the brain when there's damage. So there's a already interaction between B lymphocytes and astrocytes when they first starting entering the brain at this point. The B lymphocytes get into the brain along with T cells. They interact with some molecule that we don't understand, and they become pro-inflammatory and release molecules that then activate astrocytes and make them become immune cells, releasing nitric oxide and tumor necrosis factor, which are molecules that actually destroy mitochondria and can kill neurons and oligodendrocytes. Now, most of the MS therapies that we have been working by inhibiting these B lymphocytes one way or another, even though we didn't know that at the time. But there are some therapies that we have that actually appear to work primarily by inhibiting these pro-inflammatory astrocytes here. That class of medications include Gilenya, Zeposia, and Mayzent, which are the S1P receptor antagonists and are some of the more effective oral medications that we've got. And studies from the Scripps Institute in California demonstrated very convincingly in the animal model that the primary mechanism of action of Gilenya was not through its effect on B lymphocytes, but rather on its effect on astrocytes. So this is where I think the key developments in the future are going to be in terms of new therapies for inhibiting inflammation, but also this is the key area where we might be able to improve repair in the nervous system. So on one final note, as I said, this paper will be published in a couple of weeks, and we'll put an article in the EMS news about it so that if you'd like to read the paper directly, we'll give you a link to do that. So let's talk about some of the studies. The first one is an interesting study, mostly for historical reasons. It's studying a cell line called the APT188. These are actually live human T cells that have been cultured in vitro to respond and to kill Epstein-Barr virus infected cells. The reason it's being studied in MS is because it's long been argued by some of my colleagues that Epstein-Barr virus might be the virus that actually drives the recurrent inflammation that occurs in multiple sclerosis. So this is going to be a test of that hypothesis by killing Epstein-Barr virus affected cells. And if that decreases inflammation in MS, then that would provide prima facie evidence that EBV might be involved. I think it's a long shot, but it's an appropriate experiment. It'll be interesting to see what the results are. There's another study that I can't give you the results of, although I would like to, and that's a study of ocrelizumab in very early MS. So this study looked at the long-term outcomes of patients who were started ocrelizumab as their very first therapy. We have 1-year data, and that'll be presented at the American Academy of Neurology meeting in a couple of weeks. Once it's presented and in the public domain, then we'll be able to, again, inform you of the results by publishing in the EMS news. There's a study of Tisabri, which is natalizumab, in women after pregnancy to try to prevent the postpartum relapse that can occur in them. This is part of an increasing number of efforts to study MS therapies in the context of young women who are thinking about childbearing and to deal with the issues of what to do during pregnancy and breastfeeding for patients in terms of managing their MS. Hopefully there'll be more studies like this in the near future. These last 3 studies are studies that compare the effectiveness of current therapies or therapeutic approaches. The first study is comparing hematopoietic stem cell transplant to the highly effective disease-modifying therapies that we tend to use at the Rocky Mountain MS Center. This is a national study. And as you know, hematopoietic stem cell transplant is a process where clinicians isolate stem cells from the blood of patients and then treat them with chemotherapy and radiation to kill their bone marrow, and then reinfuse those stem cells to repopulate the bone marrow. It has been demonstrated to have the ability to shut off disease and improve outcomes in some early phase disease. And it has been argued by proponents that it's more effective than our highly effective therapies that we use, such as ocrelizumab or Ocrevus and Tisabri. I seriously doubt that's the case, but this is a study to actually answer that question definitively. Deliver and Treat MS are also studies that are comparing current therapies. Both of these studies are comparing early use of highly effective therapy to the traditional escalation approach of starting with things like Copaxone or Avonex, and then moving up to the orals and ultimately to the infusion therapies based on the concept of using the safest therapies first. I think that concept that they're using the safest therapies first is wrong, but nevertheless, it's still generally the rule in the world to treat patients with older, less effective therapies as a first-line therapy and only move them to highly effective therapies if they failed them. We've been arguing for more than a decade that it's more appropriate to use highly effective therapies in the very beginning in order to preserve brain so that patients can live a normal life and not end up with late life disability. But again, these are the studies that are going to answer that question. And then there are a class of molecules called BTK inhibitors. There are 5 of these currently in clinical trials in humans with MS. So BTK stands for Bruton tyrosine kinase. This is a very important molecule that's involved in signaling within cells, and it's involved in many different functions. This particular molecule has been targeted in cancer. There are leukemias, lymphomas, where the use of these treatments is now standard. They also can inhibit the development of autoreactive B lymphocytes. In fact, activation of these this molecule is key to developing memory B cells, including those that can drive multiple sclerosis. So they're going to be tried in multiple sclerosis. They're oral pills taken once or twice a day. Preliminary data suggests that their effectiveness is similar to Gilenya, and maybe the 60% reduction in disease activity. However, we don't have much in the way of phase 3 data yet. Their safety looks pretty good. There are some problems like all drugs have, possibly with liver and other issues, but we'll have more of this data by 2023, which is when the first studies will be ending, and we'll begin to see the initial results. So this is, I think, the next major class of therapies to be approved in MS in the next couple of years. And then just to briefly mention, there's been some speculation on the web about the use of messenger RNA vaccines in multiple sclerosis. Obviously, the coronavirus pandemic has rapidly accelerated the development of messenger RNA-based vaccines and demonstrated they can be highly effective and remarkably safe. Many years ago, we had a similar concept of using a vaccine to retrain the immune system in MS to develop what are called regulatory circuits that would prevent the immune system from attacking the brain. Our initial study was done with the DNA molecule that encoded myelin basic protein. Works the same as a messenger RNA or the same as the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which is a DNA vaccine, and that you inject it in the muscle cell. It makes a brain protein, in this case myelin basic protein, and exposes it to the immune system on the surface of the muscle cell, which theoretically should cause the immune system to become tolerant to that molecule and develop circuitry that could shut off the inflammation in the brain. I do think that this will be pursued in autoimmune diseases of various types. Some other studies that are more focused on neuroprotection and symptomatic improvement is elezanumab. This is another monoclonal antibody. This targets a protein in the MS plaque that prevents remyelination. That's called repulsive guidance molecule. And this antibody binds to that and helps remove it from the MS plaque. The hope is that will then allow the oligodendrocytes that are there to remyelinate the nerve fibers and improve function. Lipoic acid and ibutylast are 2 neuroprotective therapies. Again, probably working primarily through their effects on astrocytes, but both have been demonstrated in past to help preserve brain volume, and now they're being studied to see where they actually improve clinical function. Then there's an interesting cell line called mesenchymal stem cell transplant by Neuron that is an effort to repair the nervous system by using stem cells, and that study is going on in in progressive MS currently. There are a group of molecules now called nabiximols that are being studied in spasticity. This is actually cannabis-derived drugs. It's a 50-50 mixture of THC and the cannabidiols. This mixture is already approved in Canada and Europe for the treatment of MS spasticity and neuropathic pain. This is a study to see what the FDA will allow it to be approved in the United States. The study is primarily looking at spasticity with this mixture of THC and cannabidiol. There's a very interesting study that one of our colleagues in physical therapy is doing here at the University of Colorado, and that is developing exercise programs for our MS patients where they restrict the blood flow into the arm or leg that's being exercised by putting on a blood pressure cuff. The reason for this is that science has demonstrated that if you exercise a muscle to the point that it develops lactic acid, so in other words, very intense exercise where you use of oxygen very quickly, that actually improves the exercise effect by increasing strength and muscle mass. So this is an effort to figure out ways to get better results from exercise as part of physical therapy by restricting blood flow transiently into the arm or leg. And then many of you probably have heard about metformin as a potential treatment to repair the brain and improve function. Metformin is a drug used to treat type 2 diabetes in 40 million people in the United States. It's been reported to improve outcomes in stroke, possibly decrease the severity of stroke. And this drug, again, I think works primarily at the level of astrocytes, although it does have effects on a number of other cell types. So this would be an add-on therapy to people on highly effective therapies, such as Ocrevus or Tisabri or Lemtrada, to try to improve outcomes and allow patients to recover function more effectively. A couple of other studies from the Rocky Mountain MS Center include the RISE and DREAM studies. These are studies of first-degree relatives. RISE is an adult study, so age 16 and older. DREAMS is a pediatric study. These are children born into families with MS or children that have siblings with MS. And we're trying to identify genetic markers and biomarkers that might identify the 3 out of 100 of these individuals that are actually going to go on to develop MS in order to be able to diagnose them earlier and treat them earlier. We have a biomarker study using technology allows us to look at brain proteins actually in the blood, so we can measure the amount of damage occurring in the brain in terms of nerve cells and astrocytes by following blood samples and measuring certain molecules from the nervous system. And the last study I would like to mention is a study that we've just started of looking at the safety and patient preference of in-home infusions of ocrelizumab. This came about because insurance companies were pushing our patients to use in-home infusions because they're cheaper than going to an infusion center. However, our early experience with this was not good because the nurses didn't know anything about the drug they were infusing, which caused a number of problems. So we proposed to do a study where we actually would train the nurses and then measure the satisfaction of MS patients with the home-based infusion and their comfort with it. And we'll try to do this quickly. And our goal is basically to use it as a way to set standards for training, because we do think that for many patients, getting an in-home infusion is perfectly reasonable and can be done safely. So finally, to close here, just coming back to this concept of brain reserve or neurological reserve. And this is a term that I've been discussing for 20 years. It comes out of the cognitive areas, Alzheimer's literature, where brain reserve or cognitive reserve is a term used to explain the ability of patients to maintain normal cognitive function, normal memory for many years after the signs of Alzheimer's disease occurs in the brain. In fact, like in MS, Alzheimer's brains are shrinking at an accelerated rate. But there are factors in the brain that allow it to compensate for that for a decade or more. In the biology of the brain that allows to compensate in that way has been elucidated in recent years. There's a portion of brain reserve that is determined by genetics and early life experiences. And that's how many nerve cells you're born with and how big your brain is. And then having good nutrition early life, school activities, exercise, sports, etc. But the amount of brain reserve you have also can be impacted by things you currently do, the diets you have. For example, if you avoid developing diabetes or hypertension or other cardiovascular disease, that actually preserves brain volume and maximizes your brain reserve. If you also exercise moderately on top of that, that actually expands the amount of brain reserve that you have and allows your brain to better compensate both for normal aging and for MS. So as you probably all know, Unfortunately, we have a genetically pre-programmed rate of death of our neurons that occurs after we reach midlife around age 30, 35. And brain reserve, in our view at the Reichmann MS Center, is there to compensate for normal aging effects. That is why we treat patients very early MS with highly effective therapies, because we're not just trying to shut off the MS, we're trying to preserve their brain so that they can age normally and do things as grandparents that they would want to do. Also, the concept of neurological reserve or brain reserve explains the different phenotypes of MS that appear to be all biologically a single disease. And this is the relapse remitting versus progressive forms of MS. So we would argue at the Reichmann MS Center that the difference between relapsing MS and secondary progressive MS is simply that secondary progressive MS have used up their neurological reserve, which unmasks the effect of the subclinical MS disease activity, which is the bulk of MS disease activity, as well as unmasking the effect of aging on the brain. And primary progressive MS are just the same patients. They just happen not to have a clinical relapse that led to a diagnosis until they've used up the neurological reserve and entered the progressive phase of the disease. So again, this concept provides a rational basis for comprehensive management of MS, where we want people to use high effective therapies as early as they can. We want them to adopt a healthy lifestyle to avoid diabetes, hypertension, and other diet-related diseases. And we want them to exercise to expand neurological reserve. And again, we're working on multiple programs to make that easier for patients to do. And then finally, I just want to mention that we actually have made tremendous progress in multiple sclerosis. When I first entered the field in 1987, there were no therapies for MS that worked. And MS led to a major disability in the vast majority of patients and led to premature death. The average lifespan of patients in 1987 was 12 to 15 years shorter than the rest of the population. But that has changed. And this is a paper that came out recently. And it basically, they went back and looked at the prevalence of MS across America. When I was in training, there's about 130 cases of MS per 100,000 population. But now, as you can see here, in the different areas of the United States, the prevalence has increased to 270 to 370 patients per 100,000. That's almost a doubling to a tripling of the number of people alive with MS. And the question was, is this because MS is becoming more common? In other words, more people are getting MS, or is it because people are living longer? And the reality is it's because people are living longer. So we really don't think that people are more likely to get MS now than they were before, but they're living normal lifespans. And as a result, the number of people that are in their 50s, 60s, and 70s that have MS is steadily going up. And this is a very good thing. And I think that not only can patients with MS expect a normal lifespan now, but if we can diagnose early and treat early, they can also expect to live that lifespan without having disability from multiple sclerosis. So this is a major advance for the field, and very rewarding as a physician working in this area to have the ability to help patients achieve these goals. So in conclusion, B lymphocytes and astrocytes are the key therapeutic targets in MS, I believe. And I think this will be increasingly demonstrated as we go forward. There will be other cells that also will be targeted, but I think these are the two key ones. I think new therapies will continue to emerge for treating MS, and this includes the BTK inhibitors as probably the next major class, but there are a number of other therapies in clinical trials as well. I think the studies that are going on now will ultimately demonstrate that using highly effective therapies as early as possible will allow most MS persons to live normal, healthy lives. In fact, we see this every day in our clinic. And just to remind you that the lives of MS persons can also be enhanced and improved by getting them to eat a healthy diet and exercise regularly. Thank you all for your time and interest.
Thank you, Dr. Vollmer. It is wonderful to hear that research in the field of MS continues to be strong, and we have more advancements to look forward to. We are now going to take our final 10-minute break. I encourage you to stand up and stretch, or to visit our virtual exhibit hall. We are so appreciative that our exhibitors are participating in our virtual exhibit hall. You can see each company and read about them through the link listed on the event page. The exhibit hall will be live and accessible until May 5th. So if you don't have time during today's event to check it out, don't worry. We'll send the link out with this recording so you can visit it at any time in the next month. Again, if you need more than 10 minutes for a break, you can press pause and the video will resume where you left off when you press play again. Our last session before the Q&A is a demonstration from Accessible Systems on home modifications with MS in mind. Let's go to their showroom.
Hi, I'm Amy with Accessible Systems, and my talk is about home modifications with MS in mind. I'm in the Inglewood Adapted Show Home of Accessible Systems. We are one of 3 adapted show homes in the country. The idea of the adapted show home is for families that are considering home modifications to just learn about what's possible, to come in and see the beautiful and the functional solutions that are possible to stay in their home so that they have safety and independence. My talk is going to focus on the relevance of home modification in today's world and how learning about them can assure a worry-free lifestyle at home. Where we live, the context of our daily activities like getting in our house, taking a shower, and traversing levels combined with our individual and our family goals of staying in our home is what creates a meaningful home life. A diagnosis like MS is one that over time can change our mobility, and it's hard to predict how and when, so educating yourself early about the home modification options will benefit you in the long run. The 4 keys to think about for home modifications with MS in mind are: number 1, getting in the house; number 2, bathrooms; number 3, is it possible to live on one level; and number 4, will I have help? If the intent is to live in the current house and your mobility has changed and the use of a manual or a power wheelchair is needed, the first thing to think about is, how will I get in my house? So I'm standing here at the adapted show home, and one idea to overcome steps that are either in the front of your house or in the garage or wherever you enter is to create a no-step entrance into the house. When we come up with solutions, we often want to think about, how do we create something that's universal in design? So it doesn't matter who needs it, it could be used for everyone. So here's a great idea, which is a concrete no-step entrance. So it's just poured concrete, and it's a very beautiful and a very functional solution. And again, it has that universal design element. So if and when you do decide to move, the resale value of that house is actually increased because you've broadened the ability to sell it to everyone. So this is a great long-term solution that you can invest in now and have it ready for when and if you need it. The second area to really think about is the bathroom space and how big can we create the space to be. The average width of a bathroom door in most homes is 24 inches. So that's the first area that we want to expand and create space. So one idea that a lot of people don't know about is expandable hinges. You can just replace your existing hinge with what we call expandable hinges, and it just takes the door out of the frame and makes it flush with the actual frame of the door. And what you gain is about 1.5 to 2 inches of space that wasn't there previously. So now making it a full 24 inches. So again, we want enough space to basically get a wheelchair or a power chair through that doorway with ease. So that's one solution, and we'll take you to see another solution. Another great option to create space in the bathroom is doing a barn door solution. You can see it here. It's very beautiful, very trendy, very functional, and it saves space inside the bathroom, and it also saves space in that total width that we talked about in the doorway. So again, very functional, very beautiful solution just to create that space and that width that you might need to get into the bathroom. So once we get into the actual bathing area, how do we create that universal design? What we want to think about again is kind of removing the barriers and opening up the space. So here I'm in what we call a Euro style design bathroom, or a zero threshold shower, which basically is taking out a tub and creating zero threshold into the shower. This will help anyone thinking ahead that there might be equipment in the future or the need for a caregiver in the showering process. This will just plan and prepare you for that in the future because it's completely open. There's no barrier to get in and out if you had to roll in or roll out, and it's completely open. Again, universal in design, anybody can use this. It's very beautiful, it's very functional. So this is something that we're doing for anyone, no matter a disease diagnosis or not, and the resale value of this is actually very high as well. So another key was considering if you can't live on one level in the home, there's a lot of tri-level homes, and there's not access to a bathroom on that one level. So you have to go either up or down. So a stair lift will traverse someone from one level to the next. And here I am riding up what we call a curved stair lift. So it can go around corners, it can go around landings, and will take you all the way to the very top of a staircase, and it will automatically swivel you away from the fall line safely so that you can exit the stair lift safely. I'll just reverse that to show you. Again, this would be for someone that can transfer themselves onto the actual lift if they need it. And if we need to climb the stairs with a power chair or a wheelchair, there are options for that, like a vertical platform lift or an incline platform lift that actually carries the device and the person up those stairs or up a level. So there's a lot of different options. Elevators are a great option too, and that's another thing to consider in homes today. The final thing to really think about is, are you going to have help or need help down the road? And so the device that I'm in now might seem a little intense, and yet it is something that you want to just consider down the road. This is called a body support system. It is a specific type of lift system that really helps a caregiver as well as the individual remain as independent as possible. And so the device right now is fixed around my rib cage, it's around my thighs, and the most common place that we help people is to get out of bed. So it's basically lifting them out of bed and into some kind of mobile device like a power chair or a wheelchair. There's a remote control that's just around my neck here, and after I have it fixated, I, as an individual, independent user, can just push the button and it squeezes my rib cage based on my weight against these thigh supports, and I am completely safe in this device and held in here in a way that just is secure, and it would carry me up and out of the bed again to a power chair or a wheelchair. This can also be attached, and around a ceiling and through a doorway, so you can route it anywhere in the home. What we love about this solution is that it can attach to a ceiling and not take up room on the floor. So you don't have to worry about something that is trying to get across multiple types of flooring in a home-like setting. And you can take the caregiver's hands out of that transfer. We had one individual that we're working with currently where his daughter is his caregiver. She's graduating from high school, going off to college. So he's like, I've got to do this transfer on my own. So this is the system that he got for himself. So now he can do this on his own. So great thing to just know about and learn about and plan for if and when that happens.
Thank you, Accessible Systems. If you're in the market for modifications but don't know where to start, you can visit their showroom in Inglewood to see many more examples. They're also in our exhibit hall today. For our final session, we'll have the presenters back to answer the questions that you submitted during registration. Thank you to everyone who submitted great questions. If you still have questions, or if you have new questions after watching these presentations, I encourage you to sign up for Conversations on MS with Dr. John Corboy on April 28th. He will devote most of that time to questions from the audience. You can register for free by searching for the Rocky Mountain MS Center on Eventbrite. Now, we'll turn it over to Dr. Vollmer.
Welcome to the Rocky Mountain MS Center Spring Summit for 2021, and also welcome to the Rocky Mountain MS Clinic at the University of Colorado Hospital, where I'm at now. So we were going to have a session to answer some of the questions submitted by participants in the conference today. And I will address a few, and my colleagues are going to address other ones, and we'll come back at the end and have a brief joint discussion. So some of the questions that were assigned to me included questions about whether patients should consider being on disease-modifying therapies, even though they already have significant disability. So one patient asked, I was diagnosed in 1979, and I'm walking with a rolling walker now. I've been advised to take MS medications, but the new medication was not available when I went through the relapsing remitting phase, and I'm now in secondary progressive stage. Should I be on medication? So there's a second question that has the same basic tenor that has to do with optic neuritis, which resolved after 9 months, but now they're wondering, should they be on therapy? And there's a third question that's related to this that has to do with, are our lives shortened from having MS and never having been on disease-modifying therapies? And these are all relating to the same issue, which is, when is it appropriate to treat and when is it not? The reality is that we can't predict how any single individual patient is going to do on any given therapy. All we can do is tell you that when we treat 1,000 patients in a phase 3 trial on drug X, the chance that they would have these outcomes is X, Y, and Z. So when we're selecting therapies for patients, we're trying to look at therapies that have the best chance of minimizing adverse outcomes, as well as looking at their risk profile to see whether we can justify using that therapy. So it's not how much disability you have now that should determine whether you should be on therapy or not. It's if you're still in the active inflammatory phase of the disease. If you're below age 55, in my view, you're still in the active phase of the disease, and you should be on therapy to try to prevent any further loss of function. Even if you're doing really well, you maybe still should be considering being on these therapies, because again, we can't predict what's going to happen to you in the future, but the therapies we have now are very effective and can minimize your risk of suddenly having an event that changes your life. In terms of the question about shortening your lifespan, absolutely. Not being on therapy does pose a risk for shortening your lifespan. Prior to 1993, the average lifespan of MS patients was about 12 to 15 years shorter than the rest of the population. And it wasn't that they died necessarily of MS, but they died of complications of MS related to infections, because as you gain disability, that increases your risk for pneumonias, bladder infections, and other things that ultimately can lead to death. However, a recent study that I mentioned in my talk demonstrates that the lifespan of MS patients today is approaching the normal lifespan for people without MS. And so we have very good evidence that by using immunological therapies appropriately, we can minimize the chance that MS is actually going to shorten your life. So yes, I would say that that a patient's thinking about whether they should be on therapy related to lifespan, the answer is probably yes. So another question has to do with, why does there seem to be more treatments or drug therapies coming to the market for relapsing remitting MS versus primary progressive MS? Well, there are a couple of reasons. The first reason is that 85% of patients with MS start out with relapsing remitting MS. So there's simply a larger population. The second reason is that the outcome measures that we use in relapsing remitting MS have to do with decreasing relapse numbers. And that's a nice concrete number that you can measure, and statistically, it's relatively easy to show a treatment effect. So the studies are easier to do. And the third reason is that patients in earlier phase disease, such as relapse remitting, tend to have a better response to the therapies overall. And we have lots of data showing that the earlier we treat in the disease course, the better the outcomes. So those are the main reasons. However, having said that, we have many ongoing studies in progressive forms of MS, both secondary and primary progressive. They're a little bit harder to do because we're looking at the ability of people to walk, which is a little bit harder to measure in a quantitative way, but they are very active. It has been harder to show that a drug works in progressive MS, so many more of the studies have failed. I don't think it's because they don't work, but it's because on the way that we measure the outcome, their treatment effect is relatively small, so it's hard to see. So right now, though, the way that we think about MS here at the Rocky Mountain MS Center and the way the FDA thinks about MS has evolved. And now we're focused not so much on whether you're progressive or relapsing, but whether you're in the active phase of the disease or not. And if you think you're in the active phase of the disease, then we will treat you, but we'll still treat you with the most highly effective therapies we have, which tend to work in all forms of MS anyways. There's another question that has to do with the patient who said that they have been diagnosed for more than 10 years with MS, but should they be checked for the antibody markers for diseases such as neuromyelitis optica or anti-MOG antibody syndrome? Now, that depends on whether your MS is typical or not. If you're having a relatively typical course and you're responding to the current therapies, probably is not necessary. But if you have an unusual MRI or particularly aggressive disease or disease that causes more cognitive problems or a combination of vision and spinal cord problems, then yes, it's probably reasonable to check into those because the treatment for those diseases is different than it is for typical relapsing remitting MS. And then there's a question that has to do with, I've been receiving Tisabri and had no relapses since diagnosed 8 years ago. Should I change to ocrelizumab or Ocrevus? And what are the chances of relapses during the transition? Well, if you're JAC negative, Tisabri is a very safe and very highly effective therapy. So if you want to change, it depends on what your reasons are. If it's to only have to have infusions twice a year rather than monthly, that's a reasonable reason, certainly reasonable to change. Or if you turn JAC positive, certainly changing would be important. But outside of that, there's not another particular advantage of ocrelizumab over Tisabri, other than that if your insurance stops your coverage on Tisabri, you have this risk of a rebound MS disease activity that we don't have with Ocrevus. So if your insurance delays your next infusion of Ocrevus, that's not a big deal. With Tisabri, it's a very big deal. Chances of having breakthrough MS due to going off Tisabri if you transition to ocrelizumab or any of the other anti-CD20s is very low. We would urge you to get your first dose of Ocrevus at 4 weeks after your last dose of Tisabri. And in that situation, we've never had a case of breakthrough disease. Okay. And then the last question I'll deal with has to do with an article that suggested that the messenger RNA vaccine technology that's been developed for coronavirus might be relevant to treating autoimmune diseases like multiple sclerosis. And the answer, yes, I think it's quite relevant to that question. We actually tried using a vaccine approach to MS. We're using a DNA vaccine almost 15 years ago. And that study failed to show benefit. It was safe, but we weren't able to show benefit. But I think it doesn't have to do with the technology as much as it has to do with what protein you're going to use to try to re-educate the immune system to respond differently to a protein in the brain. And at that time, we used myelin basic protein, which I don't think actually is a good target for immune regulatory therapies. But the mRNA vaccine technology is very powerful, very simple to use and develop. And I do think that there will be groups that will be moving forward by developing a messenger RNA that encodes another protein from the brain that then gets injected into the muscles in your arm, which causes the protein to be expressed in a normal, healthy environment, in which case the immune system should recognize it as a self protein and hopefully then carry that response over to the brain and shut off the inflammation in the brain. So I think this is great technology. I think it's potentially useful in many different areas and is although the pandemic has been an unfortunate experience, it has actually helped this particular area of medicine develop very rapidly. So again, thank you for your time and attention.
I think there's a very succinct question that I'd like to kind of start off with, and it goes, COVID and MS, what do we need to avoid the most? And I think to some extent we're stuck with both. So especially for our MS patients, I think that the questions become around treatment of MS and then the vaccine for MS, or sorry, the vaccine for COVID. And to some extent, maybe this is sometimes one of those questions that's better answered by the safety of the treatments for both of these conditions. And what I mean by that is COVID for many people is a very mild disease. Unfortunately, it's hard to predict who it's going to be a bad disease for. And it kind of goes the same thing for MS. And when we look at the treatments, I think the important point is to realize that the treatments are very safe and much safer than the risk that comes from these diseases. What I mean by that is we can see some episodes, some flares, and I'll talk about these a little bit later, about attacks kind of starting after the COVID vaccine. But when you look at the numbers of these, you're talking about events that happen 1 in a million. Versus if you get COVID, the mortality rate's still over 1%. So it's 1 in 100 versus 1 in a million. I'll take the 1 in a million any day, just playing the odds. From an MS perspective, the treatments are very safe, and the treatments don't increase the risk of COVID too much. And the presentation talks a lot about B-cell therapies and a potential mild increase of bad outcomes of 2 to 3-fold. We have a few questions around getting the COVID vaccine and whether it's offered at UC Health. And I'm happy to report that, yes, the vaccine is available through UC Health. If you've not received a questionnaire at this point, please reach out to the clinic. Because at this point, at least in the state of Colorado, as of already about 2 weeks, then we will be offering COVID vaccines in the state of Colorado to everybody. MS patients, due to their neurological condition, for most of our patients being immunosuppressed, have 2 reasons to have been vaccinated and would have fit into groups that really kind of started qualifying for vaccinations since early March. And UC Health is vaccinated about 1/4 of the state of Colorado at this point. So at this point, everybody qualifies for the COVID vaccine. I have a very great question about stopping treatment. So the alternative, if we're worried about disease-modifying therapies, is can we stop treatment if they put us at that much risk, especially if you're high risk and of getting COVID. Your healthcare provider, for example, talks about going on public transportation. And maybe low risk of an MS relapse because of a lot of the same things that Dr. Gross already mentioned about being able to stop treatment. And what we're finding is that the risk associated with these conditions, for the most part, are so low that we haven't really changed much of our recommendations around stopping treatment, specifically due to COVID. But if you meet a lot of the same criteria around the DISCO MS study, for example, or things that Dr. Gross touched on, then I think it's very appropriate to bring up this issue of either stopping or de-escalating treatment. And we will have studies in addition to the DISCO MS around de-escalating therapies, especially from the B-cell therapies to the fumarates, hopefully in the next few months. Another flip to the coin as far as kind of the same types of questions as far as the efficacy of disease-modifying therapies, the effect of being on a disease-modifying therapy on COVID vaccination. And here, it's mixed news. There's not any published data out there. We started getting data now about 2 weeks ago. And what I can say is it looks very safe to get the COVID vaccine on the B-cell therapies. The efficacy of the vaccine does appear to be a little bit less when we look at antibody responses to the vaccine. We had 10 MS patients and a few others, but 10 that were on rituximab and Ocrevus that we looked at antibody responses, and only 2 out of those 10 developed antibodies to COVID. And the amount of antibodies that developed were lower than any one of the 10 people that we looked at as a control. Additional patients, though, there was a patient that had COVID and they got vaccinated. That patient developed better antibody responses than anybody else. And what that tells me is that there might be strategies around being able to boost the vaccination responses by maybe having to do booster shots, doing a 3rd or a 4th shot and things like that. And those are things that we're starting to kind of think about as well. It's also important to realize that, as bad as news as that might be, that there are people out there who make absolutely no antibodies. There's genetic mutations. And there's been reports of some of these patients being able to survive COVID, meaning that the response to COVID doesn't just depend on this. And those parts of things we've not looked at yet, nor have I heard any data, but it suggests that at least that these vaccines are at least efficacious for some people. And because of that, we do recommend getting the vaccine in pretty much everybody. There's a few questions around which vaccines to get. And this is a common one that we're getting in clinic, whether to get some of the mRNA vaccines made by Pfizer or Moderna, or getting the vector vaccine made by J&J, which is the one-shot vaccine. And at this point, the vaccine response appears to be a little bit better with the mRNA vaccines, but to be honest, they were done fairly differently and at different times, so that those numbers may not compare across to each other. And I think it's much more important to be able to get whichever vaccine you can get than worry about small differences in the response to these vaccines. If given the choice, I might go for the RNA one just because of having those 2 shots. And I think that the response might be a little bit better. But again, I think both of them are very safe, and I would take whichever one you can. The other one that we're getting a lot of is around timing of the vaccine to treatment options. For most treatments, I would say do not alter your treatment to fit in your vaccine. The one we talk a lot about are the B-cell infusions. And for these, we are recommending about a 4-week block in between, either to allow between the vaccine and the treatment. I would mention, however, that one of the people that did make antibodies in our study, and not included in those 2, but a third person, had their treatment of B-cell therapy right in the middle of their 2 vaccine doses. And they had a good response. So a lot of these recommendations are very theoretical, and we don't have great data to support what we're saying. So I think it's much more important to be able to get the vaccine than I am worried about trying to time the vaccine. It's a little bit easier to push off the infusions. And again, when I'm talking infusions, these are for rituximab and Ocrevus. For Tysabri, we would not try to push out those infections at all. When do you get the flu vaccine this year, normal time of year? And the answer is yes. Once the flu vaccine becomes available, we want you to be able to get that vaccine as much as can. And I don't expect any delays in getting that flu vaccine out. We saw very little flu this year, thankfully, because everybody was being so careful about wearing masks and washing hands and things like this. So a lot of the things that we had learned from other viruses still apply to COVID. And then questions around the shingles vaccines before getting the COVID vaccine. And I think for this one, the importance is just to get the vaccines. The shingles vaccines is going to be a little bit more available. That's a little bit more long-term, and the risk of shingles right now is lower than that of COVID. And so I would try to get the COVID vaccine earlier if you're going to try and separate them, which I think is always a good idea. But I do have little kids, and I remember easily getting 3 and 4 shots sometimes to our kids all at the same time. And so I think it's quite all right to potentially get both at the same time. I'll finish off my section for the Q&A with a section regarding flares and pseudo flares seen after the vaccine. We have seen some of this. There was a case of a transverse myelitis or an episode affecting the spinal cord after one of the RNA vaccines. We had a patient who was diagnosed with MS soon after getting the COVID vaccine. The patient clearly had MS going a long time ago because on their MRI, there were a lot of not active lesions, suggesting that it had predated the vaccine by a fair amount. So we can see some flares, but I think the number of flares that we're seeing kind of sort of in short association with vaccine are very rare. And so if we're talking about something that happens 1 in 1,000, this is a very small risk associated with the vaccines and things that might have happened in any way. It's hard to associate with the vaccine. It's just one of those things that we say that they, we're not able to say that they're not associated. With that in mind, I would say that the biggest thing that we see are pseudo flares after the vaccine. It's very common to end up with fevers and chills, especially after the second dose of the vaccine. If you did have COVID, we see sometimes that shift over to the first dose of the vaccine. And we had that happen in a couple of our patients. And so with fevers, it's typical to get recurrence of old symptoms. And that's what I mean by pseudo flares or pseudo exacerbations or pseudo attacks. And so that's much more common. The good news about these symptoms of the vaccine, and part of the recommendation, is to have some Tylenol in hand, some ibuprofen, and to take these medicines as soon as you start to kind of have any of those symptoms, any flu-like type symptoms after the vaccines. They're very effective in stopping the fevers, and the fevers pretty much go away. They usually start about 12 hours afterwards and can last maybe 24, 36 hours after the vaccine. And so even though we do see some flares, most of these episodes tend to be pseudo flares. The difference here, just as a big reminder, is that pseudo flares are symptoms that tend to be your typical symptoms. So if you usually get numbness when you're tired, when it's hot outside, when you get a urinary tract infection, that's probably what's going to happen during these episodes after this.
I'll just take the first question. As we age, is there a time when the DMTs or disease modifying therapies are no longer helpful because the MS slows down enough itself? So in a very simplistic way, yes, there is a time for folks at which point we think that disease modifying therapies as we currently have them are no longer worth taking. We don't have a one set time for one particular age for every individual. It's very much an individualized decision that a person makes in coordination with their provider. And so the things that we're trying to look at to see whether it's not exactly a guess. It's I guess we would call it an educated guess as to whether it is safe and appropriate to discontinue a disease modifying therapy. And some of the things we look at are a person's age and also how long they've had the disease. And then how long it's been since they've had any kind of recent inflammatory activity in their brain or spine. So new MRI activity, new relapses, that kind of thing. And I have a number of very kind of specific questions here of, I am on this DMT for 15 years or that DMT for 20 years. Is it okay if I, would I be a candidate for stopping it? And the short answer is yes, you could potentially be a candidate for stopping it, but discuss the pros and cons with your doctor, with your provider. There were a couple questions about the DISCO MS study, which I think I mentioned briefly in my talk. The discontinuation study, which is a multi-center randomized study where half the group is discontinuing their current disease-modifying therapy, and the other half is going to stay on it. It's not blinded; people know which group they're assigned to. And are there any updates? No. The trial is still ongoing. It's not. They're no longer enrolling, but it is still ongoing. People are still, in their respective groups, and so I don't think that we have any more information. I believe he said first quarter of next year is when we're expecting to have results from that study. So stay tuned. And that is one of, I believe, 3 similar studies. There are 2 other discontinuation trials that are actually, I think, still recruiting, but they're in Europe, one in France and one in. Hopefully, these studies are going to help us kind of start to answer that question. And the answer may not be a simple, continue versus stop. There may be another option, what we might think of as something like a de-escalation. So take, for instance, a person who is on a very high, I have a question here about somebody who is on Ocrevus, which is one of our very kind of high efficacy potent medications for MS. The decision might not be stop it, altogether. It might be, okay, well, maybe we treat you with a different medication that might not have the same potency or might not have the same risk for infections and the kind of thing that might increase as a person gets older, or stick with that medication but do it at a longer interval between doses. I think these are a lot of things, and the dose is pretty standard in Ocrevus, but that's not necessarily the case with some of the other medications. So maybe even thinking about decreasing a dose might also be a reasonable option. But these are things that we're just kind of starting to think about and evaluate, but even absent the results from those clinical trials that I mentioned, these kind of decisions are happening every day in the office, where somebody is coming to us and saying, hey, I'm on this medicine, I've been stable for so many years, is it okay if I stop taking this medicine? And oftentimes we say yes, we'll stop. And just to clarify, when we talk about discontinuation, we're not saying okay, see you later, have a nice life, we're never going to treat you anymore. That's not the case at all. We still very much follow people and treat them with other types of medicines for whatever symptoms they have related to multiple sclerosis. It's just that may not include also an immunotherapy. I have a specific question here about somebody whose husband has MS, and they've been on Tecfidera since 2013, but now that Tecfidera has gone generic, the copay is very high from their insurance. This is actually a question that we're getting quite a bit lately, specifically with Tecfidera, and so there's no easy answer to that. So certainly one option could be, well, you're at the point in the disease process where maybe you don't need to be on a disease modifying therapy anymore, and so just stopping it. That might be one option. Another option might be switching to a different medication, and in particular with Tecfidera, besides the generic form, which often now is being required by insurance companies, but then subjecting the person to a high copay. Another option could be one of the newer medications that are in the same class, the fumarate class. So there's a diroximel fumarate, which goes by the brand name Vumerity, which is a very similar chemical to Tecfidera or dimethyl fumarate. And so then switching from one in that same class to a different one, which is newer and does come with some of these kind of copay assistance type programs that might be cheaper for the person in terms of out-of-pocket expenditure. Somebody who was diagnosed 17 years ago never took DMT. Would it make sense to take it now? And now that they're 65, unlikely. We still believe that the disease-modifying therapies are most effective at the very early stages of the disease, and that if somebody has been doing well for 10, 15, 20 years off immunotherapy, then starting it just kind of because it's out there, because it's new and you see a lot of advertisements for it, doesn't necessarily make sense, and is unlikely to be really beneficial and just subjecting person to risk. Medications for progressive MS, for secondary progressive MS, asking about particular medications that have been recently approved. Siponimod, or Mayzent is the brand name, and Cladribine, or Mavenclad, which is the brand name, which have both been approved for secondary progressive MS. Yeah, there's not necessarily one that we go to in that situation. I think I'll talk for myself, but I think my colleagues as well. We don't just go with one or another. Interestingly, more drugs now have been approved for secondary progressive MS, despite not having had what previously was required in terms of a phase 3 or a large randomized control study demonstrating its effectiveness in that particular group of people. Increasingly, the regulatory bodies like the FDA are saying we can look at things like the class effect or whatnot. And so we're seeing that more things are approved specifically for secondary progressive MS with activity, meaning recent relapses or recent MRI changes. And so, so yeah, there's not one or another that we use. I think, I think it very much depends on the person and the situation, what they've been on before, that sort of thing. Specifically with respect to those medications, I have prescribed siponimod. I have not prescribed cladribine. I think cladribine is probably lower down on the list for things that I would prescribe, because it has some side effects like a risk of cancer, which I would prefer to avoid, especially in people as they get older, where the risk of cancer goes up anyway. And then there's a question about Gilenya, and for secondary progressive MS, never studied. And interestingly, Gilenya or fingolimod is in the same class and is kind of the first in class of this S1P receptor blockers, and was not studied in secondary progressive MS, was studied in primary progressive MS, and that trial showed that it was of no benefit. And then around the same time, medication called siponimod in the same class demonstrated effectiveness in secondary progressive MS. And so there are a lot of people who kind of scratch their heads and say, are these two medications really that different from one another, or is primary so different from secondary progressive MS? I think, yes, there are differences between primary and secondary progressive MS, not that many. And there are differences between the two different medications, siponimod and fingolimod, but I think it may just be the case that we're doing a better job of designing clinical trials to show benefits. And in this case, in the case of siponimod, the benefit in secondary progressive MS was fairly modest.
First, one of the questions, or maybe a few, was asking about what is different about when kids get diagnosed with MS, and by kids I'm saying patients, people less than 18 years old, than when adults get diagnosed with MS. We know that by and large, the vast majority of people diagnosed with MS are diagnosed in adulthood. But there is a percentage, and that percentage is maybe 5%, maybe as high as 10%, that are diagnosed when they are less than 18 years old. And what we know from a prior study done when we didn't have good disease modifying therapies was that kids take longer to reach a point of disability than adults do. So by that I mean when kids are diagnosed with MS, it may take them more years to get to a point of needing to walk with assistance, for example, compared to when adults are diagnosed with MS. But they reach that age of disability, that age of needing assistance to walk at a younger age. So it takes longer to get there, but they're getting there at a younger age because they're starting so early. Now, this was a study that was done before we had highly effective therapies, and thankfully we do now. And so I think the relevance of this is unclear. If we treat early when we know the disease is most inflammatory, we can hopefully change the trajectory of the disease so that that point at which disability is reached, it may be far in the future, if it's even there at all. And again, this is a moving target because we've got great therapies now, but presumably, hopefully, we're going to have even better therapies, 5 or 10 years from now. And so when I talk to families and to patients, I say we need to do what's right now. And we know that when kids are diagnosed, they oftentimes typically have very inflammatory disease. So we have to use a medicine that is really good at calming the inflammatory process. Now, part two of those questions that were posed was about cognitive function and what does it mean to a kid who's diagnosed with MS compared to what we might tell an adult diagnosed with MS about their cognitive challenges, what they may be or what they are experiencing. And this is something that is actively being studied in pediatric MS with a study called the Cognitive and Neurobehavioral Aspects of Pediatric MS anyway. So we're looking at kids diagnosed with MS and prospectively testing them at different intervals, and then looking at adults who were within a year or two of diagnosis and testing them at different intervals to look at how cognition is changing over time. And what we see so far, and the data's not all in yet, is that by and large, kids have tremendous reserve in my talk, and I know Dr. Vollmer has spoken to this many times before. We recognize the reserve, the ability of the brain to be resilient against injury and how that changes over time and with disease. Kids have amazing resiliency. And so really early on, they're doing pretty well on these sort of formalized measures of cognitive change over time. But that's within one study. We have other studies that also show that very early on in disease, there are things that can be picked up when compared to controls that are different. And so answering the question is a little bit tricky, but I think the simplest way is to say we do see changes in how kids are performing in school, how they're thinking with pediatric onset MS, but that oftentimes their resiliency compensates for those changes pretty well. Next, let's segue into what can you do to preserve, to enhance your cognitive abilities. And there were some questions about brain HQ, brain teasers. How do we do everything we can to preserve our brain function? And I am reminded of the saying, if you don't use it, you lose it. And so while that was that kind of term was assigned more to other neurologic disorders, I think it pertains here as well. We really want to challenge our brain in many different ways to keep it facile and to keep it functioning at a high level. And so some of the things that have been proposed are taking a different way home from work, or a new path in any particular direction to get to a goal. There are ample opportunities of crossword puzzles and Sudoku and Brain HQ and apps you can put on your phone. I don't have any particular favorites, nor do I feel that you necessarily need an app, but you need to be doing things that challenge your brain in different ways. And so, yes, I am all for those types of cognitively challenging activities. There was a question about cognitive problems with secondary progressive MS, and I would maybe expand that a little bit more to say just cognitive problems in MS. And I've spoken to that a little bit with the kids and the studies that we're doing to understand that better. But I think that there is undeniably challenges to cognitive function that come as a result probably of the inflammation, and certainly because of the damage, the injury that has preceded where someone is in their course with MS. So the question just says, can I speak to that? I think that acknowledging it is important. I think that fatigue also plays a role in this. I think that we use tools like neuropsych testing to help us better characterize where the challenges are, so that interventions can be customized for every individual. It is something that I think a lot, if not all, of our patients struggle with to some degree, and we rely on tools to help us, to help those patients. And again, any way that you can challenge your brain to sort of stretch and strengthen that muscle, so to speak, will be helpful over time. Now, let's see. So there are some questions about diet, and I did speak about diet in my discussion about, strategies for preserving brain health. Again, like stopping the attack and then fortifying. Diet is a big part of fortifying your castle. There are anti-inflammatory diets. Books have been published on this. I think that they're worthy of a read. But again, the data that we would like to support doing one particular diet is lacking in many of these different diets that are proposed. There is some evidence for the Mediterranean diet. I spoke to that a little bit before in my segment. And again, I think that is something that is sustainable and has some evidence, so has some aspects that you could continue or consider incorporating in your diet. Move on. Is there a connection between MS and Parkinson's disease? Not that I know of. I think that when those two things happen in a family, they're probably unrelated. I have relapsing and remitting MS. Is it inevitable that we'll get to a progressive form? And I think that inevitable is not a word that I would use. I think that our goal is to prevent that, and it's to prevent that with highly effective therapies to every extent that we can. Am I more prone to Alzheimer's dementia because of MS? And no, not to Alzheimer's, but it is possible to have difficulty with memory in a way that an Alzheimer's patient would if the burden of MS lesions is high. And so again, there's a strong argument, a belief, I would say, that we really need to treat using the highest efficacy drug that we have to try and prevent getting to a point of that kind of difficulty.
So folks, there are actually a few other questions that we would like to answer for you, and we'll do this as a group session. The first one has to do with current studies at UC Health, where we work, on remyelination or repair in MS patients. And is there any results or failures? And what do we foresee in the future in this area?
I can touch base. As far as I know right now, we currently don't have any studies looking at remyelination, but we've been involved with a fair number of them. We were involved with the CORDA study looking at recombinant human IgM22. There was an AbbVie study that is having its data looked at right now. And Biogen did just announce that they stopped looking into their drug for remyelination as well. We heard about a year ago that biotin was not being effective in remyelination. And so unfortunately, I think we're getting a lot of studies that aren't so far giving us the results that we would like for in remyelination. But I'm sure we'll be part of other studies that come down the line as they come on down the line.
Actually, to add on to that, we actually do have a couple of studies that are coming online. I would say that the argument or the discussion around repair right now is not just about remyelination. It's about allowing the brain to rewire and reconnect neurons in a way that allow people to recover function, in addition to trying to induce some remyelination. And I think the major advance there is not looking just at the astrocytes, the oligodendrocytes that make myelin, but looking at another cell type called an astrocyte that actually appears to be a cell that's creating a environment inside the MS plaque that prevents repair. And one of the molecules that prevents repair is called repulsive guidance molecule, or RGM. And there's an antibody study using an antibody called elentuximab that binds to this repulsive guidance molecule and removes it somewhat from the plaque. And in the animal models, that did actually result in some improvement in function, in recovery function for the animals. And so we are getting ready to start in a phase 2 trial, so a large multi-center trial with that antibody. And this is for patients that have disability between an EDSS of 4 and 6.5, which means they have trouble walking, but can walk at least using unilateral support or bilateral support, that are below age 55. And so that is coming up. And I think is a very interesting strategy. In addition, we do have also ongoing, a study's been ongoing for a while, which is the lipoic acid, which is a neuroprotective strategy. So it's not specifically remyelination, but it is designed to try to improve function in patients. And there are a number of other such studies going on in the world that I mentioned in my talk. But I think that this goes to another question that I'll come up to here, which is, how long do you think it will be before we see repair drugs for MS on the market with the FDA approval? And what is the current breakthroughs in regards to this research? And I think both of those are tied up, again, in this switch from just focusing on oligodendrocytes to also thinking about astrocytes as a key therapeutic target, because astrocytes are the cells that protect neurons and help them survive. They are also the cells that protect oligodendrocytes and help them survive. And in the yin-yang model, they are also the cells that can kill neurons and can kill oligodendrocytes. And this is a bit of biology that's evolving very rapidly right now. And I think that's the major advance that I see in the field right now, is looking at astrocytes as a good therapeutic target. And it turns out that we have a number of drugs already approved by the FDA for other purposes that can affect this biology of astrocytes. So in that model, even in if we started phase 2 trials, which these drugs, we can go directly to phase 2 trials and skip phase 1 because they're already approved. That means we could potentially have a drug that could be in the marketplace within 4 to 5 years. So that's exciting. Whether it will happen or not, I don't know. We have another question about any information on hematopoietic stem cell transplant becoming an approved treatment in the United States. Anybody want to talk about the study going on in that area?
I can take a stab at it. There, so our group is involved in a trial called Beat MS. I'm not sure if it's up and running quite yet, although it might be near up and running. Dr. Corboy is the lead investigator on that. And in general, I think, we have gotten, a lot of questions about stem cells over the years. Hematopoietic stem cells specifically are the ones that people generally are thinking about when they talk about that in MS. And these are the types of stem cells that become your immune system. And so the idea here is that you go through a process that kind of wipes out your immune system, and then it gets repopulated with your own stem cells, your own progenitor cells, in a way to kind of reboot the immune system. There have been earlier studies that have looked at this. Many of them have been small or not well controlled or whatnot, but there is certainly some suggestion that it is a very powerful treatment option. On the other hand, it is not without risk, and in some cases the risk might be substantial. Early on, there was a significant mortality in some of these studies. Now that has declined over time as some of these protocols have been refined, and in which you maybe are not completely zapping the immune system to start. Our particular study is looking at people who have not done well with one of our existing treatments, and whose MS has been very aggressive. This has been, frankly, increasingly we see, or I guess decreasingly, we are seeing these type of patients because our treatments have become, in many cases, quite effective, and so we don't see quite as many people having the type of breakthrough disease activity that we used to see, frankly. And so it's a treatment that's out there that's still considered quite experimental because of the risks involved, and we're trying to figure out if it is a good treatment for MS, for whom would it be a good treatment? For whom would the benefits outweigh the risks?
Then to sort of end up here, there's some questions about current recommendations on taking drugs such as metformin or clemastine as neuroprotective agents under a physician's guidance, and what would be the recommended dose. I would say that at this point, I don't believe either one of these drugs should be prescribed to treat MS because we don't have clinical data showing that they're efficacious, and so we can't calculate the risk-benefit ratio. These are still experimental therapies. I hope that they will show promise in the not so distant future, but at this time, I personally can't recommend that. Does anybody else have any comments about that?
No, I haven't seen any studies in humans with MS on metformin specifically. I know it is a drug that is in wide use to treat diabetes and other conditions, and so there is a lot of safety data out there, but we don't have a lot of effectiveness data as of yet in MS. in humans. There's a lot of things out there that have been studied in the test tube or in mice that have shown a lot of promise, and this might be one of them, but it's yet to be proven. So it is considered experimental. I agree with Dr. Vollmer. Clemistine, there was a small study, a small phase 2 study, I believe, out of UCSF, and I believe they have another one that is enrolling right now. Clemistine is an older antihistamine agent, which again, kind of in the test tube, seemed to show good ability to promote myelination. And so it remains to be seen whether it will actually do what it is, what the promise is.
Then our last question here is a question I do think we want to address because it is a perception of many of our patients and families about our drugs, which I don't think is correct. And the question is, are there any drugs on the horizon that do not have the serious health side effects of all MS drugs on the market today? And I would argue that the premise of that question is actually incorrect. All drugs have serious potential side effects. In fact, I'd like to ask the audience to guess, what is the drug that leads most commonly to acute liver failure requiring liver transplant in the United States and Europe? That drug is Tylenol or acetaminophen. So every drug has a potential risk for a serious outcome. The question is how likely it is to occur. So our drugs do have potential serious risks, but with many of them, the chance of having that serious risk, something that threatens life, potentially puts you in the hospital, causes cancer, causes birth defects, et cetera, is actually very low. And so the risk-benefit ratio of some of our current therapies is extremely high. And when you compare that to the risk of the disease, untreated or inadequately treated, my own sense is that in my decision-making processes for patients I see in neurology, MS is now the easiest disease for me to treat, particularly in early phase, because our drugs are so effective and they are manageable in terms of minimizing the risk of serious outcomes. What are the rest of your guys' thoughts about that? Particularly Terry and the children.
Yeah, well, I agree. I think that I'm excited finally to have great therapies to be able to offer to the kids and to the adults that I see as well. And what I tell families is we know what MS does. Untreated MS does not look good. So we already know what's going to happen if it proceeds like without treatment. We have great treatments that can shut down the inflammatory phase, which is a very important part of pediatric onset MS. And so I say, let's treat effectively. Let's treat with strong medicines that we know work at a time that we know the disease is very strong. So I agree.
I would also throw in another comment about this in the sense that we're starting to really understand as well what are the risks that increase the risk from some of these high efficacy therapies. And we recently had a paper published with the group led by Dr. Keister in New York. And we often talk about age. We talk about a lot of risk factors where we start to see concerns for hospitalization and infections. But it's really the disability that increases the risk. So being in a wheelchair for rituximab increases the chances of being hospitalized by 8.5-fold for reasons due to infections and things like that. And so even though we talk a lot about stopping therapies, in older patients, a lot of times we have to look at some of these other things like being male, being prior immunosuppression, length of time, increase the risk maybe twofold. And so compared to disability, there were just drops in the bucket. And most other things like age had kind of actually really fairly low levels of increase.
I agree with, everything that everybody said. I think in general, our treatments are very good in their effectiveness for a wide variety of patients. And the safety concerns are, they're there, but they're usually fairly rare. And with appropriate monitoring, we're often able to avoid them or minimize them. And so this is one disease that really does benefit from having many many treatments that have that high kind of benefit to risk ratio, like you talked about, compared to a lot of the other diseases that we see in medicine, that we see in neurology, where there really isn't much that actually changes the course of the disease, or there is, but the risks associated with those treatments are so severe. In MS, we have a very favorable balance in that sense.
Okay. Well, I'd like to thank all of the participants in the conference today for their time, and thank the observers for taking their time to go through these topics with us. And I hope they were useful. Thank you.
This concludes our program today. I would like to extend a huge thank you to our presenters for their time so that we can continue to provide cutting-edge education to all of you. Thank you, viewers, for staying home and staying safe. And thank you to all of the companies and individuals who provided patient education grants, sponsorships, and donations to support this event. Please remember to fill out the online evaluation and visit the virtual exhibit hall. Thanks very much again, and have a great rest of your weekend.